Fanfiction. What if Robert learned the truth about Jon Snow? If you enjoy this story, please leave a comment, drop a like, and subscribe to the channel for more long-form Game of Thrones fanfiction. Your support keeps the chapters coming. Now, settle in, and let us go back to a Winterfell where one promise was kept too long, and one secret broke free a year too early. Fanfiction Chapter 1, The King in the North. The wind off the wolfswood smelled of pine and old snow, and Eddard Stark stood very still beneath it. His household was arrayed behind him in the courtyard, every one of them washed and brushed and quiet, the way Catelyn had ordered them. Robb stood to his right with his hand resting on the hilt of a sword he had no real cause to wear, only because his mother said he must. Sansa stood like a candle waiting to be lit. Arya had managed to keep her dire wolf helmet on for almost a quarter of an hour, which Ned counted as a small miracle. Bran's eyes were so wide they looked carved. And at the end of the line, half a step back from where any other son would have stood, was Jon. Ned did not let his gaze rest on the boy. He never did, in public. It was a habit he had taught himself slowly, the way a man teaches himself not to favor an injured hand. But he was aware of Jon all the same, the way he was always aware of him, the way one is aware of weather. The riders came in through the gate in a wash of mud and hooves and shouted orders, and the sound of it filled the courtyard until the stones rang. Banners crowded the air, the crowned stag of Baratheon, the lion of Lannister, others he did not bother to name. Ned watched men he had not seen since he was 20 come riding through his gate as if they had a right to it, and he found he could not entirely begrudge them. They did. Robert was king, and a king had a right to anywhere. It was a long while before Robert came down off his horse. Ned remembered the man swinging out of the saddle as if the saddle had wronged him, all shoulders and throat and laughter. The Robert who climbed down today did it carefully, with a hand on the pommel, the breath going out of him in a great gust. He was twice the man he had been at the Trident. Ned did not know whether to be amused or sorry. "Your Grace," Ned said, and bent his knee. Robert came at him as if Ned had insulted his mother. Wide hands clamped on Ned's shoulders, hauled him up, and the king's beard scrubbed his cheek as Robert pulled him into something that might have been an embrace and might have been a wrestling hold. Up, up. None of that. Gods be damned, Ned, you've gone grey on me. Your Grace, stop calling me that or I'll have you whipped. There was the laugh. There it was. Ned felt something in his chest, a long-stored thing, give a small painful twist. He let the corner of his mouth move. Robert. Better. The king's hand stayed on his shoulder, gripping and gripping. 9 years. 9 bloody years and you couldn't come south to see me once. Not once. I had to come and fetch you myself. I had a war to lose for you, Ned said. Then a son to raise. Then several. Several. Robert's eyes had moved past him, past Robb, past Sansa, gathering up the line of them. He nodded at Catelyn, not quite courteous, more the way a man nods at a tree he means to pass, and then he saw Arya. His mouth moved. 7 hells. There's one of them still has dirt on her face. That's a Stark girl if I ever saw one. Arya scowled spectacularly. This is Robb, Ned said, putting his hand on his son's shoulder, my heir. Sansa. Arya. Bran. Rickon. Robert grunted at each in turn, his great wet eyes wandering. He clapped Robb on the back hard enough to stagger him. He patted Sansa's cheek as if she were a horse he approved of. He stared at Arya with the faintly puzzled expression of a man who has discovered something on his boot. Ned watched him move down the line, and waited. Robert stopped in front of Jon. Jon kept his eyes on the cobbles. He had been told to. And this one? Robert said. My ward, said Catelyn, before Ned could speak, and the air around her went a little thinner. My son, Ned said. It came out at the same time. Robert looked up, and it was the first time since he had ridden into Winterfell that his face went still. Not surprised. Not amused. Still. Look at me, boy. Jon raised his head. There was a long moment in which the courtyard kept on going around them, men dragging trunks, horses snorting, a child calling somewhere over by the kennels, and Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark's bastard looked at each other, and Ned forgot for a heartbeat to breathe. He doesn't see it, Ned told himself. He never has. He never will. But Robert's hand had gone up to his beard. He scratched it slowly. His eyes had narrowed in the small private way that meant he was not drunk and not amused and not the king right then, only Robert. What's your name? Jon Snow, your grace. Jon. The king's tongue moved in his mouth as if tasting the word. How old are you, Jon? 15, your grace. 15. Robert said it the way a man marks a stone. He went on staring. Ned, who had stood with him at the trident and at pike and at the bedside of 3 different stillborn princes, knew the look. Robert was searching for a thing and not finding it, and the not finding was making him cross. Husband, Catelyn said, very soft, very north of the neck. The moment broke. Robert turned away from Jon and clapped Ned on the shoulder again, wide grin slamming down over his face like a visor. Down to the crypts. Now. Don't argue. You can show me to my rooms after. Ned felt Catelyn go rigid beside him. He felt Jon, behind him, breathing. Robert. Your men have been in the saddle, my men can wait, Robert said. I've waited 15 years. There was nothing for it. Ned bowed his head, the smallest fraction. As you say. He led the king down into the dark. The crypts of Winterfell were cold even in summer, and in autumn they were a wall of old air that rose up to meet you on the steps. Ned had been carrying a torch ahead of Robert for 100 paces when he realized the king had stopped talking. He looked back. Robert stood between Brandon and Rhaegar, his great bull's neck bowed, his hand laid flat against the carved stone of the elder Stark's leg. He was not weeping. Ned had seen Robert weep. This was something quieter and worse, a kind of stillness that came over the man like weather. His mouth was open a little. Old men, Robert said. Old, dead men. They were my father and my brother, Robert. They were better men than I am, that's what they were. He moved on without taking his hand from the stone until the last second, the way a man leaves a bedside. Come on. You know who I want. They walked. Past Cregan. Past the old wolf. Past kings whose names had all turned the color of rust. The torch threw their shadows long against the wall, and the stone direwolves crouched at the feet of the Starks watched them go by with eyes Ned had decided long ago not to think about. Lyanna was where she had always been. Her statue was smaller than the others, because she had been smaller, and because by the time it had been set there was less coin in Winterfell for stonework than there had been before the war. The mason had given her a long northern face and a half-crown of stone roses about her brow, and her hands lay folded on the long sword across her knees. The roses were blue. Ned had paid extra for that. They were the only painted thing in the crypts. Robert stopped a stride short of her, as if afraid of stepping on her foot. Leave us, he said. He did not look round. There are no others, Robert. Leave the torch, then. And go up the stair a little. I'll call when I want you. Ned set the torch in the iron bracket and walked away into the dark, 12 steps, 15, until the sound of his boots was eaten by the silence of stone. He stopped on the bend of the stair and stood with his hand against the wall and listened. He heard Robert's voice for a long while, low and slurred and uneven. He could not make out the words, and he did not try. He had stood here while Robert had said his things to Lyanna before, a long time ago, on the day they had brought her bones home. He knew the shape of it. The shape did not change. Robert told her what he had done that day in the realm he had won for her. Robert told her she was not forgotten. Robert told her she was not forgiven either, for going. After a long time, Robert called him. He came down. The torchlight had gone soft, the way torchlight does when the man holding it has stopped paying attention. Robert was sitting with his back to Lyanna's pedestal, his great legs spread out into the aisle, a wineskin dangling from his fist. Ned had not seen the wineskin appear. He suspected one of the king's squires had tucked it into Robert's cloak before they ever came down. Another part of him suspected Robert had tucked it there himself. "Sit, Ned. Robert, the feast, the bloody feast can wait. They'll feast as long as I tell them to feast, won't they?" He waved the skin at the steps. "Sit. Take a drink with me. I'm in a mood and you'd better be drunk for it." Ned sat. Stone took the warmth out of his hams in a moment. The wineskin, when Robert pushed it at him, was warmer than the stone, and he drank because it was easier than not drinking. "Look at her," Robert said. Ned looked. He had looked at Lyanna's stone face for 15 years. He could have drawn it on paper without turning his head. "They got her wrong," Robert said. "They always get her wrong. She had a mouth like she was going to laugh at you, you know. Always. Even when she was angry. The little bend at the corner of her mouth, that. They never put that on her." "No," said Ned. "They never did. I should have brought a sculptor with me. I should have come north with a Myrish mason and made them do her over. I'm the king. I can do that." "You're the king," said Ned. "You can do anything." Robert laughed, but it was the bad laugh, the one that came out of him in the middle of the night when there was no one else to hear it. He took the wineskin back and drank long enough that wine ran down his beard. "That bastard of yours." There it was. Ned did not move. "Robert, he's got her face. He's got mine. He's got yours and he's got hers." Robert wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. "That long stupid Stark face you all wear, like a horse that disapproves of you. I see that. But the eyes. The mouth. There's something there, God's damn it, Ned, I'd know that mouth in any room. I knew it the moment he raised his head in the yard. Even your bastard has the look of her." Ned said nothing. It was the only weapon he had. He had used it for 15 years. He had used it on Catelyn, who had asked once, only once, in the first month, what woman he had loved enough to bring her child home and lay it in the next cradle to her own son. He had used it on Robert, in letters, when Robert had written to him of the children he was getting on whichever woman and asked, jovially, after Ned's bastard. "The boy is well," Ned had written back each time. "He grows. He looks much like me." He had used it on his own mind, in the dark, on nights when he could not sleep and he would walk past the boy's room and stop in the doorway and look at him and tell himself that silence was a kind of keeping faith. He had used silence the way other men used a sword. He thought he had made a study of it. He thought he was good at it. But Robert was looking at him. Robert was not drunk enough not to see. He was drunk enough that his eyes had gone a little wet and a little wide, and very, very direct. Robert had been a great fighter, in his time. The thing that had made him a great fighter was that he had always known where to strike. He was looking at Ned's silence now the way he would have looked at a flaw in a man's guard. "Ned. Drink your wine, Robert. Ned. Look at me." He could not. He did. Robert's face was very close. The torchlight ran in his beard like a small red animal. "You said the boy was yours. He is mine. You said it in the yard. With your wife standing there. You stood in front of your wife and you called the bastard your son. I haven't seen Catelyn Tully look at a man like that in 15 years. You have made that woman swallow that boy every day of his life and you stood in front of her in your own yard and called him your son. He is my son, Robert. By every law of, stop." It came out very quiet. That was what frightened Ned. The shout he could have weathered. The shout he had weathered, often. The Robert who went quiet was a Robert he had only seen twice in his life, both times kneeling, both times beside something dead. Ned. Look at her. Ned looked at Lyanna. The blue roses on her brow were dim in the torchlight, almost grey. You named that boy at her grave. Didn't you? He could not breathe properly. He told himself it was the cold. She asked me to, he said, before he knew he was going to. It came out of him the way a tooth comes out, with a wet small final sound, and a great deal of pain after. Robert did not move. Robert did not breathe. The wineskin in his hand had stopped swinging. What did you say? Robert. What did you say, Ned? I made a promise. Whose? Robert. Don't do this here. Whose? It was the voice that had broken the line on the trident. Ned closed his eyes. Promise me, Ned. Her voice came at him out of the dark of the crypts the way it had come at him out of the dark of the tower at Dorne, faint and wet and stubborn, and he was a young man again with her blood up to his elbows and a child screaming in a wet nurse's arms in the corner of the room. Promise me. Promise me, Ned. They'll kill him if they know. Robert will kill him. You know he will. Promise me. Hers, he said. He heard Robert's breath catch, no, not catch, the word he would not use, that was a banned word in his own head, a word from songs. He heard it stop. Just stop, the way a horse stops when it's been dropped. Tell me, said Robert. Tell me, Ned. Tell me right now. So he told him. He told him in the simple flat sentences he had used inside his own head for 15 years and never spoken aloud, because to speak them aloud was to break his world. He told him about Rhaegar, and the tower, and the 3 white knights. He told him about the smell in the room, and the woman in the bed who had been his sister and who had been screaming in some last way that was beyond screaming, and about the small wet thing in the nurse's arms, and the way Lyanna had reached up and touched his hand and said the words and made him say the words back. He did not embellish. He did not soften. He was a Stark, and he gave the truth the way a Stark gives a sword, hilt first, and quickly. When he was done, Robert had not moved. His name, Robert said. Aegon, she said. After his brother. I didn't dare. I named him Jon. Aegon. Robert said the word the way a man says the name of an old enemy in his sleep. Aegon. 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 Robert, you let me believe. Yes. 15 years, Ned, you let me believe. Yes. You let me make war on her name. Yes. You let me put their bodies down in front of her in that hall. The babe and the babe's mother. You stood beside me. You stood beside me and you saw the babes, I saw them. And you said nothing. I said one thing, Ned said. The words were bitter as iron in his mouth. I said, it was murder. I said, it was butchery. I said, I will not stand beside a man who calls these children dragons. And you laughed at me. You called me soft. You broke our friendship over those bodies. You broke it. I rode away. I was halfway to the trident before don't. Robert. Don't, Ned. Don't. Robert had begun, very slowly, very carefully, to put himself on his feet. He used Lyanna's pedestal to do it. He laid his hand on her stone foot and he hauled himself upright as if it were the only thing in the world that would still bear his weight. His face had gone the color of the stone. His mouth was working in a way Ned had never seen. He tried to make a fist and couldn't quite. Where is he said. Robert, where is the boy? Ned stood. He stood between Robert and the stair. He did not draw, and he did not look away, and his voice when it came was the voice he had used to 100 men in 15 years of wardenship, the voice that was the only thing he had between his people and the worst things in him. You will not touch him. Robert looked at him. For a long moment Ned thought Robert was going to come at him. He thought it because he had seen Robert come at men before. He had seen what came out of Robert when grief and rage crossed in him at the same time. He had seen Rhaegar Targaryen come apart on the trident under a warhammer the size of a yearling, and he had stood 20 paces from it and watched the breastplate fold like wet bread, and he had thought, that is what Robert does to a man he hates. He did not move. He said, again, "You will not touch him." Robert did not come. Robert went, instead, to his knees. Slowly, all at once, the way a tree goes, the slowness, then the suddenness. He went down with his back against Lyanna's pedestal and he sat there in the cold of the crypt with his hands open on his thighs and his shoulders shaking, and he did not weep, not as a man weeps. He made a sound that had no name. It came out of him low and went on too long, and when it stopped he was not done, and when it began again it was worse. Ned did not go to him. He stood between the king and the stair, and he listened to Robert grieve for the second time for the same woman, and he understood, in a slow cold way that surprised him, that he had been waiting 15 years to make that sound himself, and that he was not going to be allowed to make it tonight. There was a king on the floor. A king required tending. A king required not being alone. A king above all required that no one see this, and Ned was a Stark, and he was the only one who had ever been allowed to see this, and so he stood, and stood, and stood. After a long time, Robert spoke without lifting his head. "He's hers." "Yes." "He's hers and he's his." "Yes." "I can't," Robert stopped. He breathed. The breath had a wetness in it that Ned had only heard once before, on the night they'd brought her home. "I can't think, Ned." "I can't, then don't think." "Not tonight." Robert laughed. It was a terrible laugh. "Don't think. I should have learned that 1 year ago." "Robert. Look at me." He did, slowly. His face was wrecked, and his beard was wet, and his eyes were the same eyes they had been when they were boys at the Eyrie and Jon Arryn had set them at one another to see which would yield first. Neither of them ever had. "You will not touch him," Ned said again. "He has done nothing. He knows nothing. He is a boy who has lived 15 years thinking himself a stain on a name. He is my stain, Robert. I have carried him. I will go on carrying him. If you mean to put a hand on him you will go through me, and you will go through Winterfell, and you will go through the north. Ned. That is what I will say to anyone in the world who comes for him. Including you." Robert closed his eyes. He breathed in, out. He laid his head back against the cold pedestal of Lyanna's statue and he was quiet a long time. "Get me up," he said, finally. Ned got him up. It was hard. Robert was a great deal of man, and the climb out of the crypts was not kind to either of them. At the door, Robert stopped. He had his hand on the iron of the latch. Up above, somewhere in the warmth of the keep, a fiddle was beginning the first of the long northern reels, the feast going on without them, as feasts will. Ned could smell the smoke of the kitchens. "Ned. Don't tell him." Robert's voice was not the king's voice. It was not even the man's. It was something smaller and older and more tired than either. "Tonight. Not tonight. Don't let me see him at the table tonight. I can't sit at a table with him tonight. I'd say something. He'll be at the back, with the squires. He won't come near the high table. Good. A pause. Tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll talk again. About, what we'll talk again. Robert opened the door. Light fell on them, warm and yellow and full of the smell of bread, and they had to stand for a moment and let their eyes adjust, like a pair of men coming out of a tomb. The feast was a long bright round. Ned sat through it because there was no other thing to do, and because the king had set a hand on his sleeve at the door of the hall and said, very quietly, "Stay close," and then walked in front of him into the room with his arms wide and his voice already swinging. Robert took the high table the way a tide takes a beach. He kissed Catelyn on both cheeks and called her sister, which made her smile for one thin moment and then go careful again. He hauled Robb to his feet beside him for a toast and shouted that here was the heir to the north and no man's son was finer, and the men of the household banged the boards, and Robb went pink to the tips of his ears. Robert drank. Robert ate. Robert told a long story about a boar in the Crownlands, which he had told Ned in 3 different versions over the years and which got better each time. He did not look once at the lower tables. He did not look once at where Jon sat. Ned, who knew where Jon was sitting because he had told Catelyn to put him there and had, against his own better practice, glanced toward the place twice in 20 paces, knew that Robert knew also. The king's not looking was a precise thing. It was the not looking of a man avoiding a hot iron. Twice during the meal Robert lifted his cup so high that he turned his head with it, and twice his eyes slid past the lower benches and snagged for the smallest possible flicker of time on the dark head down at the squire's end, and twice he tore his gaze away and laughed too loud at whatever poor Septon Chayle had ventured to say at his elbow. On the king's other side, the queen was watching. Ned had not properly looked at Cersei Lannister since the procession had come through the gate. He looked now, in the slow careful way he looked at strange dogs, and he did not like what he saw. The queen was in green. Her gold hair was caught up in a net of small green stones, and her hands were folded in her lap. She was not eating. She was not drinking, exactly, she was lifting her cup to her mouth and setting it down without swallowing, the way a clever child pretends to take a bitter draught. Her eyes were on her husband, and her eyes did not move. She had seen Robert look. She had seen him look away. She had counted the looks. Gods, Ned thought, with a flat tired clarity that surprised him. She is going to be a problem. Robert pushed his chair back at last. He clapped Ned on the shoulder, hard enough to leave a print, and said in a voice loud enough for the dais, "I've ridden too far today, old friend. Bed for me. Don't let your wolves keep you up." There was a roar of laughter. Robert turned and crossed the dais and went out by the Lord's door, and the Lord's door was the door that led past the squire's end of the lower table. He did not stop. He did not turn his head. But he slowed, for half a step, as he passed the bench where the bastard sat. Slowed and then went on. Jon, who had been speaking quietly to Theon Greyjoy a moment before, looked up. The king did not look back. Ned sat at the high table with the smell of meat going cold in front of him and watched his oldest friend leave the hall, and watched his nephew watch the king leave, and watched the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms watch all 3 of them, and thought, there are 6 people in this room who already know something is wrong, and only 2 of them know what. It was not yet midnight, and already the secret had begun to drift. Catelyn was waiting for him in the Lord's Solar after the feast. She had a candle on the table and a cup of mulled wine in her hand, and her face was the face she wore when she was deciding whether to be furious with him or only cold. "You were a long time in the crypts." He had things to say to her. Did he? She looked at him over the rim of her cup. "I thought he had things to say to you." He shed his cloak. He put it on the back of a chair the way he always did, and Catelyn watched him do it the way she always did, and the marriage that had begun as a stranger's bargain and become, slowly, against the grain of every story he had been raised on, a true thing settled between them in the warm room like a third person. Cat. He looked at Jon. He sat down across from her. He took the cup she pushed at him. He did not drink. Yes. He looked at my husband's bastard the way no king looks at any bastard, Ned. He looked at him as if the boy had stolen something from him. Cat. I want you to tell me, Ned. He looked at her. He had not expected, when he had come up out of the dark, to be asked the same question twice in one night. He had not expected ever to be asked it. He had told himself, year on year, that no one who looked at him would ever ask it, that he was so plainly a man with a plain shameful answer that no question would ever be needed. He had been wrong. Robert had asked. Catelyn was asking. He set his cup down. He looked at his wife, at her red hair, at her tully eyes, at the long careful mouth she had taught herself to keep closed in his hall, and he thought, I have wronged her too. Not in the way she thinks. In another way. And it is not over. It will not be over for years yet. Not tonight, Cat. Ned. I will tell you. I swear it. But not tonight. He reached, slowly, across the table, and laid his hand over hers. Her fingers were cold. She had been holding the cup, but her fingers were cold. There is a thing I must do first. There is a man I must speak with before I speak to anyone else. Do you understand me? She looked at him a long time. I understand, she said, that you have lied to me about the boy. Yes. She drew her hand out from under his, not unkindly, not even quickly. Only firmly. As if she had decided something. Then I will wait, my lord. As I have waited 15 years. She rose. She set her cup down on the table with care. But you will tell me, Ned. You will tell me before you tell the king again. You will tell me before any other woman in this keep knows. Do you understand me? I understand you. Good night, husband. Good night, Cat. She left. The door closed quietly. Ned sat alone in the solar for a long time, with the cup of wine he had not drunk going cold in front of him, and at last he got up and walked out into the gallery and stood there in the dark looking down into the courtyard. The torches in the yard were burning low. The royal banner above the gate moved in the wind. Snow was falling in the slow, almost not falling way it fell in early autumn, and somewhere down in the kennels Jon's dire wolf, his nephew's dire wolf, said a voice in his head he had not given permission to speak, and he flinched away from it, let out a single long mournful howl, and then was quiet. Ned stood there in the cold for a long time. He thought of Lyanna. Not the stone Lyanna, but his sister, the long-limbed girl who had ridden astride at 6 and beaten Benjen at swords by 10 and looked at him the morning of her betrothal as if he were the executioner. He thought of her hand on his, 15 years ago, her grip surprisingly strong even at the end. Promise me, Ned. I am keeping it, he said aloud, to the empty gallery, to the snow. I am still keeping it. The snow did not answer. After a while he went back inside and sent for Jon. The boy came still in his good doublet from the feast, his hair damp where he had sluiced it down at the well. He had Ghost at his heel. The wolf walked in through the door of the solar as if it had been built for him, and laid his head on Ned's knee, and looked up at him with red eyes, and Ned put his hand on the great pale skull and was steadied by it in a way he could not have explained. Father. Sit down, Jon. Jon sat. He was very straight-backed. He had been raised to be very straight-backed in front of his father, because his father, Ned thought with a sudden bitterness he had not braced for, his father had been very careful, all his life, about how Jon Snow should hold himself in front of him. Are you well, father? You look, I am tired, Jon. That's all. Jon waited. He was good at waiting. He had had to be. Ned looked at him in the candlelight, properly, for the first time since the boy had been a boy of 5 and had crawled into his lap on a feast day and fallen asleep against his shoulder. He looked at the long Stark face and the dark Stark hair and the grey eyes, and now that he knew, now that he had said the words aloud, he saw what Robert had seen. He saw Lyanna's mouth, with the small rueful set to it that had been hers and only hers. He saw the line of the brow that was Rhaegar's, that he had tried for 15 years not to see in his own house, and that came back at him out of his memory now with the cold clarity of a face seen in still water. Jon. Father. You will hear, in the days to come, things about your birth. The boy went very still. Ghost, on Ned's knee, did not move. What things? I do not know yet what shape they will take. I do not know who will speak first. But there will be talk. I want you to come to me when it begins. Father, I don't, listen to me. Ned leaned forward. His hand was still on the wolf's head. He did not lift it. Whatever you hear, whatever any man tells you, including the king, you come to me. Before you answer. Before you nod. Before you so much as set your hand on a sword. You come to me. Do you swear it? Yes. Of course. I swear it. But father, good. He sat back. He let the wolf's head ease away off his knee. That is all, then. Go to bed. Father, please. What is it? The pleading had crept into the boy's voice for half a heartbeat and been crushed back down into propriety. That, too, was something Ned had taught him, to be ashamed of asking. He had never taught it on purpose. He had taught it by always answering the boy's questions about his mother with silence. The shame had come up around the silence like ivy. He looked at his son. He thought, I have been a poor father to you, in this one way. I have been a stranger to you in this one room of the house, and the room is the largest room in the house, and I have kept the door locked, and you have grown up small around it. Soon, Jon, he said. I'll tell you soon. I promise. He thought of Lyanna. He could not stop thinking of Lyanna. Tonight, every other thought he had was hers. Promise me, Ned. I have made a great many promises in my life, he said, more to himself than to the boy. Most of them I have kept. Jon stood. He bowed, small and northern, and he turned to go. At the door, he paused with his hand on the latch, exactly the way Robert had paused, an hour earlier, on his way out of the crypt, and he said, without turning his head, Father? The king looked at me strangely today. In the yard. Ned closed his eyes. I know, Jon, he said. Go to bed. The door shut. Ghost stayed a moment longer, his red eyes on Ned, and then went after his boy. The latch clicked. Ned was alone. He sat for a long while with his hands on his knees, the candle burning down on the table. Outside, the snow went on falling. Somewhere up above, in the rooms reserved for the King of the Seven Kingdoms, Robert Baratheon was either sleeping or not sleeping, and Ned did not know which would be worse. He had told. He had broken the promise he had made to Lyanna in one half. He had kept it, perhaps, in another. He did not know yet which way the Count would go, in the end. He did not know what Robert would do in the morning. He did not know whether they would all be alive, in a month, to look back on this night. He knew only that the silence was over. And that, after 15 years, the silence had been the easy part. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, the weight of knowing. Robert woke with a head like a struck bell and the certain knowledge that something terrible had happened to him. He lay for a long time without moving. The bed under him was northern, hard, deep, smelling faintly of old straw and pine smoke. The light through the shutter slats came in low and grey. Somewhere down in the courtyard a man was shouting at a dog. Robert listened to the man, and the dog, and the small rhythmic dink of a smith's hammer carrying up out of some far yard, and waited for the knowledge to crawl back to him. It came back slow. A grey statue with blue stone roses at the brow. Ned's voice, flat and northern, cutting words off as if they cost him. She asked me to. I made a promise. A boy in the courtyard with a long Stark face and a mouth, gods, that mouth, that was Lyanna's. Aegon, she said. He turned his face into the pillow and lay there a while. He had killed a Targaryen child once before, in his head. He had not done it himself. He had only said let it be done, and then, when it was done, he had said good, and Ned had stood up and walked out of him for half a year. He had told himself for 15 years that Ned had been wrong about the children. They were dragon spawn. They were the get of the man who had stolen Lyanna and broken the realm. He had told himself this enough times that he had begun, last night, to disbelieve himself, the way a man goes deaf if he shouts in the same place too long. Lyanna had had a child. Lyanna's child was alive. Lyanna's child was Rhaegar Targaryen's son. The fourth thought, when it came in his own voice, and he heard it so clearly he half thought he had said it aloud, and I have been within arm's reach of him every hour I have been in this castle. He sat up. His head punished him for it. His mouth was full of sawdust and old wine. He looked round the chamber, the long stone wall with the iron sconces, the carved chest at the foot of the bed, the basin of water on the table, and he saw, with a small stupid pang, that someone had laid out his dressing gown over the back of the chair, and that someone was Cersei. The fold of the cloth was hers. She had slept somewhere else, then. Often she did, of late. He was glad of it now in a way he had not been glad of it before. He dragged the dressing gown round his shoulders and walked to the basin and threw water on his face until the sawdust began to dissolve. He looked at himself in the polished bronze that hung above the basin, and a great red ruined man looked back. "Aegon," said the man in the bronze. "Aegon, Aegon, Aegon." "Shut up," Robert said. He sat down on the edge of the bed. He put his face in his hands. He thought, for the first time in years, of his mother. Cassanna Estermont, drowned with his father in Shipbreaker Bay when Robert was 10. He had been brought the news in the practice yard at Storm's End, still sweating from a bout. He had nodded. He had walked off into the God's Wood and not come out for the rest of the day, and he had not wept, not where any man could see. He thought of his mother now, because his mother had once said, with her hand on his cheek when he was 8, "You are too quick to want, my son. Wanting is a kind of weather. It will rain you out one day." He had not wanted to remember her saying that. He had not wanted to remember a great many things, this morning. There was a knock at the door. He swore. He pulled the dressing gown more closely round himself. "What?" "Your Grace, the Lord of Winterfell asks if you would break your fast in his solar." "Tell him I." He paused. "Tell him I'll come within the hour. And, bring me some bread. And water, no wine." The squire on the other side of the door went away in a small startled silence. Robert almost laughed. "No wine, your Grace." "Aye, lad. Not yet. Not till I've decided what I am going to do." Ned was alone in the solar. He had cleared the table, no maps, no ledgers, and laid out only a plate of brown bread and cold ham and a pitcher of small ale and a pitcher of water. There was a fire burning small and steady in the hearth. The Stark direwolf, the tame stone one carved into the lintel of the fireplace, looked down at them both with the same slow patience the Stark direwolves had always looked at men. Robert sat. Ned sat. Neither spoke for a moment. Robert reached for the water first. He drank a long careful pull and set the cup down and rubbed his face. "Ned." "Robert." "I haven't slept." "No. I have not, I have been thinking. All night, I have been thinking." "Do you know what I have been thinking?" "Tell me." "I have been thinking." Robert lifted his hand from his face and looked at his old friend across the table. "I have been thinking that you are the only man in the world I trust to tell me what I should do." Ned did not answer at once. He lifted the pitcher and poured himself a cup of small ale. He drank slowly. He set the cup down. The fire crackled softly. Out in the yard a horse called. "I cannot tell you what to do, Robert. You always could before. Before, you wanted to know what was right. Today you want to know what will hurt the least. Those are not the same question." Robert almost smiled. There was a smile there, somewhere behind the wreckage. "You always were a cold bastard about a man's hangover." "It is not your hangover I am being cold about." "No," said Robert, after a moment. "It is not." He pushed the cold ham around on his plate with the point of his belt knife. Then he set the knife down. He looked across the hearth into the fire. Smoke curled up out of the logs in a thin gray rope. "The boy." "Aye. He is." Robert moved his mouth around the word and could not, for a long moment, get it out of him. "He is hers." He is hers. And his. I cannot, he stopped. He breathed. I cannot kill him, Ned. It came out of him at last, and his shoulders eased the smallest fraction afterwards, the way a man's shoulders ease when he sets a load on the ground. Ned, across the table, had been holding his cup very still. He set the cup down now. He said nothing for a while. When he spoke his voice was lower than it had been before. You said it. I did not. I had to say it. Robert was looking at the fire. I had to say it out loud and listen to myself say it. You don't know how the night was. I lay there and I told myself I could. I told myself, he is a Targaryen, he is the rightful seat of a man you have hated for 15 years, the right thing is to put a sword through him and burn the body. That is the kingly thing, that is the iron thing, that is the thing I would have done last year, the year before, 10 years ago. I told myself that, Ned. Over and over. And every time I told myself, I saw her face. Robert. Not the dead face, you understand. The other one. Before. Standing in the God's Wood at Riverrun, with the laugh on her, when she found me with the wineskin and called me a great soft fool. You remember it. A great soft fool, Robert Baratheon, and I do not know if I will marry you for it or run from you for it. That face. That one. I saw it every time I tried to put a sword through her son in my head. Every time. And he stopped. He breathed in, hard, and out, hard. His big hand on the table closed slowly into a fist. I cannot do it. No, Ned said quietly. I am not the man who can do it. He turned his face. He looked at Ned. The whites of his eyes were red. If I did it, Ned, she would never have forgiven me. Not in the next world. Not anywhere. She would have put up her chin and walked away from me through every life there is to come, and I would have known she was walking away, and I would still have to do it. I cannot, Ned. I cannot. Then don't. It isn't that simple. No. It is not. Robert laughed, once, dry. He lifted the water cup. He set it down without drinking. He is a Targaryen, he said. There are men in this realm who have lived all their lives wanting a Targaryen on a throne. There are men in Essos who would put coin behind any pretender at all. There are bannermen of mine, bannermen, Ned, men sworn to me, who in their small souls would rather kneel to a son of Rhaegar than to a son of mine. We have a son of Rhaegar. He is sleeping under your roof. If I let him live and the world finds out he is alive, somebody is going to use him. And if I let him live and nobody finds out, that is also dangerous. Secrets are dangerous, Ned. Big secrets in a realm have a way of getting out, and the longer they are kept the worse the getting out is. You know this. You know this better than anyone. You have kept the bloody thing for 15 years and look at us this morning. I know it. So. Robert pushed the plate away from him. So. I cannot kill him. I will not kill him. We are agreed on that, you and I. Everything else is, what? Cleverness. Cleverness. Robert spat the word out the way a man spits out a tooth. I have never been clever, Ned. No, said Ned, with the smallest possible touch of dryness. You have not. There was a moment. Robert almost laughed. Ned did not. What would you do? Robert said. Ned thought. He stays here, for now, Ned said. He stays in Winterfell. He goes nowhere. He sees no one. He learns nothing of his birth, not yet. I will speak to him. I will tell him that there is talk in the south and that his life is to be small and quiet, and he will obey, because he is well raised. The household will be told nothing. Catelyn will be told the truth, in her own time, by me. When she has had it, she will hold her counsel. She is a Tully. She knows what counsel is for. And me? You go south, when you are ready, and you take me with you. As you came to do. I will be your hand. I will sit at your council and I will help you keep the peace of the realm. We will tell no one. No one. No one, Robert. Not Stannis. Not Renly. Not the Queen. Not the Lannisters. Not Jon Arryn's old crowd, whoever is left of them. Not Varys. Not Pycelle. No one. Stannis. Especially Stannis. Robert was quiet a long time. He has a right to know, he said at last. Stannis. He is my heir until, well. Until what we are not going to think about today. He has a right to know that there is a Targaryen alive in the realm. If there is a Targaryen alive in the realm and I die without a true son, my throne goes to Stannis, and Stannis has a right to know what he is sitting on. Stannis is a man who keeps the law because the law is the law, and not because of what the law does to people. If you tell him Jon is alive, he will, eventually, in his own grinding time, come to a conclusion about Jon. The conclusion will be the law. The law is that the throne belongs to the eldest male heir of Aerys' line still living, by way of Rhaegar. You are saying he would, I am saying he would decide it. He would not do it, perhaps. He is not Tywin Lannister, he does not act on a thought the day he has it. He would brood on it. He would write things down. He would make a case for himself in his head, and he would call it duty, and one day in 5 years or 10 or 20 he would, set the case down on a table, and look at it, and decide it is his to act on. You think Stannis would put a sword through a sleeping boy? I think Stannis is a man with a great cold sense of duty, Ned said carefully, and we are about to ask him to decide between his nephew the king and his great-nephew the dragon. Great-nephew. Robert's mouth bent. Gods. Great-nephew. He is my, what? My oldest friend's nephew. My dead bride's son. Don't. Robert was quiet again. He sat with his hand around the water cup and his eyes on the fire and his great round shoulders bowed a little, and after a while he said, What if I claim him? Ned did not move. Robert. Listen. Listen to me. What if I tell the realm he is mine? What if I say I got him on a northern girl in the war and brought him home and gave him to my friend to raise? Bastards have been claimed before. By kings. I have a hall full of them, half claimed. What if I claim this one? The boy he is mine, in a way. He's the son of the woman who would have been my queen. If things had gone, he would have been mine. He should have been mine. Robert. I could call him Baratheon. I could put him at court. I could give him land. Robert's voice was rising. The edge of the laughter was beginning to creep back into it, the bad laughter, the one he used when he had begun to drink toward something. Robert, stop. What? You cannot claim him. Why not? Because he does not look like you. There was a very long silence. Robert looked at him. He looked at him slowly. The redness in the whites of his eyes had not gone, and a vein in his temple jumped once. He has the Stark face, Ned said. He did not raise his voice. He has Lyanna's face. He has my face. Anyone who looks at him sees a Stark. You have black hair, Robert. Your bastards, every one I have ever heard of, has black hair. He is dark, but not your dark. His eyes are gray. Yours are blue. There is no part of his face that anyone clever would mistake for yours. If you stand him in court next to your other son and tell the realm he is yours, the lords will smile, and they will bow, and they will go home and laugh, and within a year there will be a song. Then they will say I had him on a Stark woman. They will say what the Queen tells them to say, Robert. Robert was silent. And the Queen, Ned said, very quiet, is going to know the boy is not yours from the moment she looks at him. Because she has been watching you look at him. She watched you in the yard yesterday, and she watched you in the hall last night. She is not stupid, Robert. She is the cleverest enemy you have, and she has not yet decided to be your enemy in this, but she is watching, and she is counting, and if you bring this boy to court and call him son and have not first told her something to explain why you cannot stop looking at him, she will tell every lord in the south you are mad. Robert looked at him a long time. You think she suspects already? I think she has begun to suspect that something is wrong. I do not think she has guessed what. I do not think she is capable of guessing what. The truth is too far. But she will keep watching. Robert exhaled. She will. She always does. He drank water. He set the cup down. The fire popped. Then what, he said. Then he stays here. Then we say nothing. For now. For how long? Until you can think about it sober. Ned. For a year. For 5 years. Until you have eyes you trust on every council seat that matters. Until Stannis is settled. Until you have done what you came north to do, and brought your friend south, and made the realm steady around you. Ned paused. Or until the boy makes his own choice. He is 15. He has been talking, this last year, of taking the wall. Robert was very still. You would let him go to the wall? He has spoken of it. My nephew. Lyanna's son. You would let him go to the wall in a black cloak and freeze, and fight wildlings, and die some night in the cold for nothing. It would not be for nothing, Robert. It would not be for him. Ned looked into his cup. I do not want him to go to the wall, he said, and Robert heard him say it, and Robert understood, with a small quiet pang, that this was the first time since they had sat down at the table that Ned had said something for himself and not for the realm. No, Ned said. I do not. He has been 15 years my son, by every fire I have warmed myself at and every prayer I have said in the gods would. I do not want him to go cold. But it is one of the choices that lies in front of him, and he has begun to want it, and we cannot decide everything for him. Not now. Not after 15 years of deciding for him. He doesn't know. No. You will tell him. Soon. When we have made some shape of a plan. Ned. Robert's voice had dropped. When you tell him. When you sit him down and you tell him who his mother was, and who his father was, and what we are going to do with him, let me be there. Ned looked up. Let me be there, Ned. Don't tell him alone. He is yours, by all the love you have given him, and I do not, gods, I do not begrudge you that, you have been a father to him as I have not been a father to half of mine. But she was my heart, Ned. She was my heart and I put my hammer through the man who took her and I have a place at that table. Let me sit at it. Ned looked at him a long time. All right, he said. All right? All right. You will be there when I tell him. I'll send for you. We'll make a quiet hour of it, somewhere in the gods' wood, and the boy will hear it from both of us. Both of us. Both of us. Robert let out a slow breath. He drew a hand across his beard. Some of the redness had begun to leave his eyes. He picked up a piece of brown bread and looked at it as if he had forgotten what bread was, and then, slowly, took a small careful bite. He chewed. He swallowed. Ned. There's still the Queen. She's going to find out. Sooner or later. You said it yourself. What do we do then? Ned set his cup down. Then, he said, we will see what kind of king you are. Robert looked at him. I have not been much of one until now. No, said Ned. You have not. There was a beat. Then, slowly, and it was the first time Robert had done it since he had ridden through the gate, he laughed. It was not the great roaring laugh. It was a smaller, drier, older laugh, with a wound under it. But it was a laugh. You bastard, he said. I. You miserable northern bastard. I, Robert. All right. Robert pushed his chair back. All right. I have my orders, then. Eat my bread. Drink my water. Smile at my queen. Pretend nothing has changed in the realm. Try not to murder my old friend's son in his sleep. I. And, Ned. Don't keep me from him too long. No. I won't. Robert nodded. He stood up. He paused at the door, his hand on the latch. He was making a habit of pausing at doors with his hand on the latch. Ned noticed, and decided not to mention it, and he said, without turning his head, did she suffer? Robert. Did she suffer, Ned? At the end. Ned was a long time answering. He looked at the fire. She was hurt, he said, finally. She had been hurt for a long time. She was tired. She was very tired. She held my hand. She made me say the words. She said your name once, near the end. My name. What did she say? Ned did not look up. She said, tell him I am sorry. Robert stood with his hand on the latch a long time. She had nothing to be sorry for, he said. The voice was hoarse. I am the one who, I should have, gods, Ned, Robert. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. He said it 3 times, into the latch. The 3rd time it came apart in his throat. He stood there with his great shoulders shaking and his face turned away, and Ned stayed where he was at the table by the fire, and neither of them moved for a long while, and a great king grieved into the wood of a Stark door for a girl 15 years dead, and the dead girl said nothing, because the dead say nothing, and that, Ned thought, with a sudden small clean grief of his own, was what made keeping promises to them so hard. After a while Robert wiped his face with the heel of his hand and opened the door and walked out. Ned sat alone in the solar a long time after he had gone. The Queen of the 7 Kingdoms was not at the morning's hunt. Cersei Lannister had pleaded a headache, with the cold light wholly in mind, and she had said it sweetly, the way she said most things to her husband now, and Robert had grunted and walked out of her chamber without a backward glance. He had been reeking of last night's wine. He had been pale under the wine, in a way she had not seen him be in years, and his hands had been doing a slow uneasy thing on the buckle of his belt while he spoke to her, and she had marked all of it. She had stood in the window of her solar after he was gone and watched the courtyard for a long careful while. She had watched her husband walk across the yard to Eddard Stark's solar, his hand bracing against the stone of the doorway as he went in. She had watched him come out an hour later, much slower than he had gone in, his great shoulders bowed. She had watched him turn at the door of the solar and stop, with one hand on the wood, as if he were saying a thing he could not get past his teeth, and then walk away into the god's wood without another word and not come back for half the morning. She did not know what had been said in that solar. She had a great many guesses. The chief of them was wearing a grey doublet and standing in the practice yard at that very moment, with a wooden sword in his hand and a quiet patient expression, throwing his shoulder into a bout against an older squire and winning it with a degree of skill that no 15-year-old bastard, in her experience of 15-year-old bastards, had any business possessing. "Send Sansa to me," she said, without turning her head from the window. "And the Stark girl. The little one. Both of them. I want them at my needle this afternoon." Her woman curtsied and went. Cersei went on watching the courtyard. Her hand on the sill was very still. Her mouth was a very small line. Sweet sister, Jaime had used to say to her when she was thinking like this, you have your hunting face on. Whose throat? She did not yet know whose throat. She knew, though, that her husband had spent all morning in tears in another man's house over another man's bastard, and that the bastard had a face she had begun to find she could not stop noticing, and that this was not, it was not anything she had a name for, yet. But she would. Catelyn had asked him for the truth, and so, that afternoon, in the God's Wood under the heart tree, Ned gave it to her. She sat very still while he spoke. She had her hands folded in her lap, the way she had folded them at the high table the night before, and her face moved through 3 different shapes while he talked. The first was the face of a wife being told a hard thing by her husband. The second was the face of a woman doing a sum in her head she had been refusing to do for 15 years. The third was the face she had not worn in his presence before, and he did not have a name for it. Lyanna, she said, when he was done. I. Lyanna Stark. I. Of course. She gave a small, dry, wholly mirthless laugh. Of course it was Lyanna. Of course you were not, I should have known. Half the North loves a story about Lyanna. I am the only person who lives in that hall who never met her, and I always thought of her as a girl in a song. I never, Ned, I have hated that boy for 15 years. Cat. I have hated him because I could not hate you. I told myself you had been a soldier far from your wife, that you had been weak, that he was the price I paid for marrying a younger son who became a great lord, that I would be a good Tully and accept it, and I have looked at that boy at my own table for 15 years and I have had a small mean voice in my head every time I looked at him. He is the proof that my husband was not mine. And he is not. He is not the proof of that at all. He is the proof that my husband was something else. Cat, be quiet, Ned. Let me think a moment. He fell quiet. The leaves of the heart tree moved overhead. The face on the trunk wept its sap, slowly, the way it had wept it since before there had been any Starks at all to watch. Catelyn sat for a long time. When she spoke again her voice had altered. It had gone into the older, harder register that Ned had always thought of as her grandmother's voice, old Tully blood, river stone tough, made for cold parlors and hard bargains. You have wronged me, she said. In a way I had not understood. I had thought you had wronged me by fathering him. You have wronged me by letting me think you fathered him. I have spent 15 years preparing to be a poor stepmother to a child who was not your son. I have been practicing it, Ned. In small ways. In the way I set the table. In the way I let the maester address him. In the way I did not invite him to my name day. And the whole time he has been, your sister's son. Mine. He is my husband's blood, and there is no carrying on in it, no other woman, no, he is mine to mother, and I have not. Cat. Be quiet, Ned. Please be quiet. He fell quiet. She put her face into her hands. She did not weep loudly. Catelyn Stark did not weep loudly. He had only seen her weep loudly once, on the day Bran was born and the cord had been around him and they had thought, for an hour, that they had lost him, and she had wept that day with the sound stuffed into a fold of bedclothes, the way a woman of her order weeps. She wept now in the same way, into the cup of her own palms, and her shoulders shook, and Ned sat beside her on the cold stone bench in the God's Wood and did not put his hand on her, because he had not known, a moment before, that he was permitted to. After a long time she lifted her head. You should have told me, she said. Even if you would not tell anyone else, you should have told me. Lyanna made me swear, Lyanna made you swear not to tell the world. I am your wife. I am not the world. He could not answer that. You should have told me, she said again. And I would have, Ned, I would have. I would have helped you. I would have raised him. I would have loved him. I would have known what he was, and I would have folded him in close, and I would have, gods, Ned, I would have given him a good life. Instead I have given him 15 years of polite cold, because you did not trust me. Cat. I did trust you. I trusted no one in the world but you. Then why? He looked at his hands. Because the more people who knew, the more chances there were to lose him. Because I did not know, when he was small, I did not know if you would be able to keep the secret in your face. You have always been a more open person than I am. You feel things more on the surface. I was afraid, when he was small, that you would look at him and a stranger would see the truth in your eyes. I have a trained face, Cat. I learned to keep this thing under it in a room of 3 king's guard and a wet nurse and a dying woman. I had taught my face. I had not taught yours. You are saying you did not trust my face. I am saying I trusted you with everything except the strain of carrying this in your face for 15 years. And so he let out a breath. I have been a coward, Cat. I have been my own kind of coward. I told myself I was sparing you. I was sparing myself. She sat still. She said, finally. You were. He could not look at her. Ned. Look at me. He looked. I will not pretend that there is not damage. Her face had cleared, the tears dried on her cheeks, she was still terribly beautiful, in the cold high-tully way that age had been making sharper rather than softer in her. There is damage. Between us, and in me, and most of all in him. I have been a poor ant, by accident. I will need time. To move myself, in my head. To unmake 15 years of how I have arranged him in my heart. But I will do it. I am, Ned, I am the lady of this house, and that boy is my husband's blood, and I have been wrong about him for 15 years, and I will set it right. As far as one can set it right, after that long. Do you understand me? Cat. Good. She drew a breath. Now. Tell me what we are doing. He told her. He told her about Robert, and the counsel Ned had given Robert, and the bargain Ned had laid out. He told her about the Queen. He told her about Stannis. He told her about Varys, whom she had heard of, and Pycelle, whom she had not. He told her about the crown's debts, which she knew, and the loyalists in Essos, who he believed were quieter than men feared but not so quiet as men hoped. He told her about Jon's talk of the wall. She listened. When he was done she sat for a long while with her chin on her closed fist, looking at the heart tree, the way her own father sat at council in Riverrun. He cannot go to the wall, she said. Cat, he cannot, Ned. He is my husband's nephew. He is the last living son of Rhaegar Targaryen. I will not, be the lady of the house that put the rightful king's son in a black cloak and sent him north to die. Whatever else I have done. Not that. He looked at her. He may yet want it, Cat. Then we will, speak to him. We will, give him reasons. Better reasons than, the ones he thinks he has now. I have given him enough cold reasons in his life. I will give him a warm one. Cat. What? Thank you. She turned her head. She looked at him. The face she gave him then was the third face, the one he had not had a name for, and he knew suddenly what it was the face of a woman who had been given a hard new thing to do and had decided, in a single breath, that she was going to do it well. Don't thank me yet, husband, she said. I am still going to be furious with you. For a long time. I would like that on the record. On the record. She rose. She brushed the leaves off the back of her skirt. Come on, she said. Your friend the king is going to be looking for you. And I have a nephew to start over with. 15 years late. He stood. He took her hand. She let him, after a small pause that he was going to remember for the rest of his life. They walked out of the God's Wood together, not speaking, and the heart tree wept its sap behind them, slow and red, into the cold ground. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3 Under the heart tree they came for Jon at the 3rd hour of the afternoon, and they would not say where they were taking him. It was Hullen who came, white-bearded and apologetic, with a bridled horse already saddled in the yard. "Your father wants you in the God's Wood, lad. Best go now." "On horseback?" "He said horseback. Said you were not to be running through the keep like a puppy. Said you were to come like a man." Hullen would not meet his eyes. "Best put on your good cloak." So Jon Snow rode out of Winterfell's inner gate on his own horse, on the longest spring afternoon he had ever lived through, past men he had known all his life who looked at him and looked away as if they had not. He felt them looking. He felt Theon, in the practice yard, pause in his bout to watch him go. He felt Sansa, on the gallery, freeze with her embroidery in her hand. He felt Robb, in the Lord's solar window, stand up. He felt the whole keep watching, and not one face would meet his eye. Ghost trotted at his stirrup the way he always did. The wolf would not look up at him either. There was a stiffness in Ghost's gait that Jon had come to know meant the wolf had picked up on a thing that he, Jon, had not yet caught. The God's Wood was bright. The leaves of the heart tree were running with that low autumn red that always seemed too vivid to be the same red as blood. The face of the heart tree wept its sap, slowly, the way the face of the heart tree always did. Under the tree, on the cold stone bench by the dark pool, Lord Eddard Stark was sitting with his hands on his knees, and beside him, on the stone bench, with one boot crossed over a great thigh, sat Robert Baratheon, king of the Undulls and the Rhoynar and the First Men. Jon checked his horse so hard that the gelding put back its ears. Father, he thought, with a flat plain alarm he had not known was already in him, waiting. What have I done? He dismounted. He left the horse with the hostler who had ridden out behind him, and he walked, keeping his eyes on the stones, the way a child walks to a master who has summoned him. Ghost padded at his heel, silent as snow. The king watched Jon come. "Jon," said his father, when he was close enough. "Father. Sit down, lad." There was a low log set across from the bench, the kind they kept under the God's Wood for provigils on the cold nights. Jon sat on it. Ghost lay down at his foot. The wolf's red eyes did not leave the king. Jon felt the king's eyes on him and did not look up. "Boy," said Robert. The voice was quieter than any voice Jon had heard come out of him so far. "Look at me." Jon looked. For a long moment the king did not speak. He sat with his hands on his thighs and his elbows out, and he looked at the bastard of Winterfell the way a man looks at a thing he had been told about and never thought to see. The wind moved the heart tree leaves overhead. "You have her face," Robert said. "Your grace. Your mother's. I knew it the moment I saw you in the yard. I told your father." His mouth twisted on the word. "I told your father last night. I told him he had been lying to me for 15 years, and I made him say it out loud, and he said it. And now we are all going to sit under this tree and talk about it." Ned." "I," said Ned, very quietly. My mother." Jon's voice was not quite his. He was looking from one of them to the other. Father, what is, Jon?" "Listen." Ned had reached out a hand. He did not take Jon's hand. He had never, in 15 years, been a man who reached for his children's hands, but he put his palm flat on the cold stone of the bench between them, the way a man laying down a sword, and that was almost the same thing. He looked his son in the face. "Jon. The thing I am about to tell you is the truth. I have not told it to anyone in 15 years. Last night I told the king. Today I told my lady. Now I am telling you. After this, I do not know how many other people will hear it. I do not know what we will do about it. We will do it together, the three of us, however it goes. Do you understand me? Father, you are frightening me." Ned's mouth moved. I know. I'm sorry. I have frightened you a great deal, lad, in a great many small ways, over 15 years. I am about to frighten you a great deal more, in one large way, all at once. But, do you remember what I told you, the night the king came? In the solar? You said there would be talk. You said I should come to you. Before I answered any of it. Before Lad. The talk is going to be about your mother. Jon did not move. There was a thing inside him that had stilled. He had been a small boy with a great empty room in him, the room where his mother lived, and he had spent most of his life learning to walk past that room without looking at it. The door of the room had begun, slowly, in the last hour, to open of itself. Tell me, he said. Ned told him. He told him all of it, more or less. He gave it to him the way he had given it to Robert in the crypts and to Catelyn in the God's Wood, flat, northern, in the simple plain sentences he had used for it inside his head all those years, but he told it more slowly to Jon, because Jon was 15 years old, and Jon was sitting very still on a log in front of him, and Jon's fingers had gone white where they were closed over the rim of his belt knife. He told him about Lyanna. About the Tower of Joy. About the King's Guard. About the wet nurse and the sword mark and the bed with the rose petals dried into the floor. About the small wet thing in the nurse's arms that Lyanna had asked, with her last clear breath, to be named Aegon, and that Ned had not dared to so name, that Ned had taken north, wrapped in his own cloak, and that he had laid in the cradle his wife had set out for the babe she did not yet know was on its way, and that he had called Jon Snow, after his foster father Jon Arryn, who had taught him as a boy what honor was for. When he was done, the God's Wood was quiet. The leaves moved. The pool was dark. Jon was still. My mother, Jon said. Lyanna Stark. My father. Ned did not answer at once. The king did not answer at all. Rhaegar Targaryen, Ned said, at last. Jon laid his hands on his knees the way his father had done. He did not look at either of them. His face was the long stark face he had worn all his life, and it was very still, and there was something happening behind his eyes that Ned thought, with a small slow alarm, he had never quite seen happen behind anyone's eyes before. You have lied to me, said Jon, in a very small voice. Jon. All my life. I am not your son. You are my sister's son. You are mine to keep. By the promise I made her. That is not the same thing, father. His voice rose half a measure on the word. Father. I have called you father. I have said the word. I have said it in front of Lady Stark, knowing her face when I said it. I have said it in front of Robb. I have said it in front of Sansa, who pretends she does not hear the word when I use it. I have said it every day of my life, knowing she did not want me to. I have earned saying that word, father. And it was a lie. Jon, it was a lie. Lad. Was it a lie? Was it a lie, was it a lie? Father, was it a lie? He was not shouting. That was the thing that unmade Ned, in the next breath, that the boy was not shouting. The boy was speaking quietly, the way the boy had spoken quietly all his life, because the boy had been raised in a house in which raising one's voice was a thing the bastard was not permitted. Even now, breaking under the weight of it, the boy was holding his voice down inside the small room he had been allotted. Ned thought, this is what I have done to him, and the thought was a wound he did not know how to bandage. Jon. It was Robert who spoke. Robert had been silent through all of it, his hands on his knees and his eyes on the dark pool, and he had not lifted his head to look at the boy until now. He looked now. His big face was wet again. He did not bother to hide it. Jon. Listen to me. Listen to your foster father. He has not lied to you for love of lying. He has lied to you because if he had not, Men of mine would have come here when you were a babe in arms and put a sword through you in your cradle. I would have told them to. Do you understand? It is not a small thing, what your Lord Stark has done. He has kept you alive on a promise to a dead woman, and he has spent his honor to do it, and his honor was the only thing he had. Every bloody Stark in this hall will tell you that. He has burnt his honor to ash in his hands, every day for 15 years, to keep you breathing. Do you hear me? Jon looked at the king. He had spoken to the king, in his entire life, perhaps 4 sentences. They had all been yes your grace or some version of it. He had stood in courtyards and watched the king pass, and once at the feast table he had looked up and seen the king look at him and look away, and that had been the closest he had ever come to a king's eye. He looked at him now. He looked at the great red ruined man. He looked at the wet beard and the small bruised eyes. He looked at the mouth, working, and he thought, with a small blank shock that came up from a part of himself he did not yet know about, this man loved my mother. This man would have been my father if my mother had had her way of choosing. This man's grief is a shape in the world I have lived inside without knowing it. The throne he sits on is the chair I was supposed to sit in. The realm he rules is one we sit in opposite halves of. It was too much. He pushed it away. Your Grace, he said carefully, I do not understand what you are doing here. Robert looked at him. He laughed. It was a small bad laugh, but it was a laugh, and it broke something in the gods' wood that Ned had thought could not be broken. That, lad, Robert said, is the only honest sentence anyone has spoken in this wood today. I do not know either. Ned. He turned his head. Ned. I do not know what I am doing here. I have come into a man's house and broken his oldest secret over my knee, and I have made him bring his nephew out into the cold to be told what he is, and I do not know why I am the man who got to be in the wood when it happened. Except, he stopped. He looked at Jon. Except that I loved her. And I am here, in this country I have not set foot in for 15 years, because of it. And you are alive because she was loved and because she loved, and you do not get to be told a thing like this without the man who would have been your stepfather sitting on the same bench as you while you are told. You understand me, lad? You do not get to learn this alone. I will not have it. Jon looked at him. His eyes were wet. He had not noticed when they had begun to be wet. Your Grace, stop it. Not in this wood. Not today. My name is Robert. Robert, Jon said, and the word was strange in his mouth. My mother. What was she like? Will you tell me? I have asked him for 15 years. And he has not, lad. I know. Sit there. Sit down on that log. I am going to tell you about her. Robert told Jon about Lyanna Stark for the better part of an hour. He told him about a girl who had ridden astride before she could braid her own hair. He told him about a girl who had bested her brothers at the Quinton and at the Bow, and who had once put a knife through the hand of a stable boy who had laid hands on her, and who had ridden in the lists at Harrenhal with a helm closed to hide her face. That one Ned, on the bench beside him, did not stop him telling, although Ned was hearing it for the first time confirmed in words from a man who had been in the lists that day. He told him about the sound of her laugh, which was not a girl's laugh but a woman's laugh, deep and hard and real, and which she had used to give freely to people who did not always understand they had been laughed at. He told him about the day at Riverrun when she had thrown a wineskin at him for being a fool, and the time at Harrenhal when she had ridden up alongside him on her grey palfrey and said, very quietly, Robert, you will not make me happy, but you will not make me unhappy either, and that, perhaps, will have to do. He told him about the smell of winter roses in her hair. He told him about her hands, which had been cold even in summer, and about her mouth, which had had a little bend at the corner that the stone in the crypts did not show. He cried while he told him. He did not stop. Jon did not speak. He listened. He sat on the log with his hands on his knees and his cloak round his shoulders, and he listened to the king of the 7 kingdoms tell him about his mother, and his face moved very little, but his eyes were full, and Ned, watching him, thought, he has been hungry for this for 15 years, and I have starved him of it, with my silence, and Robert, drunk Robert, broken Robert, is feeding him. When at last Robert was done, he sat for a long time with his hands folded and his face turned up to the leaves of the heart tree. That is what she was like, lad. As far as I knew her. Your father, your foster father, he knew her better. He grew up with her. He knew the small daily her. Make him talk to you. Make him talk to you about her every day. Don't let him put it back inside himself the way he has been keeping it. Will you? I will. Robert wiped his nose on the back of his hand. Good. Jon was silent a long time. Your Grace, Robert. Robert. What becomes of me now? It was the question Ned had been waiting for. He had not been certain his nephew would have the courage to ask it. He thought, listening to Jon ask it, that his nephew would have a great many things in a great many years, and one of them would be a kind of courage Ned had not learned to put words on. That is the question, lad, Robert said. That is the bloody question, isn't it? I do not know yet. Will you have me killed? No. You hate Targaryens. I do. I have had 15 years of practice at hating Targaryens. I am very good at it. I am the best in the 7 kingdoms at hating Targaryens. And I will not kill you, Jon. I cannot. I have not got, there is not enough hate left in me, when I look at your face, to do it. So no. I will not have you killed. I will not let any other man put a hand to you, either. That is my word. As your kinsman. As your Queen Ant's loving fool. Whatever I am. That is my word. Jon bowed his head. Then what? Then we wait. Wait, Robert. Wait. You stay here, with your foster father, with the only family you have ever known, and you do nothing, you say nothing, you write nothing, you try not to even think the new thoughts in this out loud, you wear your bastard's cloak the way you have always worn it, you go to your bed at night and you tell yourself the old story, because the new story is a sword in everyone's hand for a year or 2 yet. I am going south with your foster father. Ned, you are coming south with me, do not start. I am going south to see what kind of nest of vipers I have left running my realm in my absence, and how many I need to wring the necks of before they hatch. When that is done, when I have a sense of who I can trust, then we will see. And then? Robert looked at him. Then, lad, you will have a choice. The choice you are afforded by a man, a king, who would rather have you than have his throne be a comfortable place to sit in. We will speak of it. You and I, down the road. Not this year. Maybe not the next. But soon enough. There is one more thing I must say to you, lad. And then I will leave you with your father, and you will say to him whatever needs saying. You have a brother on the throne. Jon looked at him. I have not, said Robert, slowly, been sober enough, in any year of his life, to be the father he needed. He is not what I would have chosen. He is his mother's son. He is, God's, lad, he is a small mean cruel boy, and I do not know whether his mother made him so or his blood made him so or I made him so, and the not knowing is one of the many things that has me drinking. If it ever falls out that you and Joffrey stand on opposite sides of a thing, I want you to know, Jon, I am asking you to take this and hold it, that you are also my kin. By her. By every promise I should have kept and have not. You are also mine. Do you understand me? Jon's eyes had filled again. He said. Good. Robert put his great hand on his knee. He pushed himself up off the bench. He stood there a moment, his shadow falling across them both, and then he walked out of the god's wood without another word. Ned and Jon sat in the wood a long time after he had gone. Jon did not speak. Ned did not speak. The leaves moved. The sap of the heart tree wept. Ghost laid his white head on Jon's foot. After a while Ned reached out, slowly, and put his hand on the back of Jon's neck, the way a father puts a hand on a son he has not touched for a long time, and Jon did not move away. He bent his head into it. He did not cry. He breathed very carefully, in, and out, and in, and his shoulders shook once and were still. Father. Lad. You are still my father. Ned could not answer. He gripped the boy's neck. He held him, and held him, and held him, and at last Jon turned his face into Ned's shoulder, and made one small wet sound, and after a while was still again, and the heart tree watched. The Lannister boy found Jon in the practice yard the next morning. Joffrey Baratheon, 12 years old and already half a head taller than was civil in a child, had been bored at Winterfell for 2 days and had begun to look round for things to break. He found one in the yard. He came in with his sword on, and his small thin smile on, and his uncle the Kingslayer behind him in white enamel and white cloak, and he stood for a while at the edge of the practice ring with his arms crossed and watched Robb and Jon trade blows. It was a long bout. Robb was the better swordsman in his straightforward way, but Jon was quick and patient, and that morning Jon was something more than patient. Jon was, angry was not the word, it was the wrong word, there was a stillness in Jon, that morning, that the master-at-arms had marked when he came into the yard, a flatness behind the eyes, a lack of the usual small grin. Jon kept up his sleeve to keep his half-brother from feeling pitted. Jon had not been pitying anyone, that morning. Jon had been hitting Robb's wooden sword the way a man hits a thing that has not been properly hit. Robb yielded at last, breathing hard, laughing. Gods, brother. What did you eat for breakfast? Stones. Stones. Stones and what? More stones. Bastard, Robb said cheerfully, and stopped, his mouth open, because the word had never sat ill between them before, but it sat ill now, in some way he could not name. Joffrey laughed. It was a small bright laugh, like a knife being drawn. He stepped down off the rail of the practice ring and walked into the dust, and the men of the yard fell quiet. He had on a doublet of crimson velvet, and his sword on a baldric, and his face very pleased. Bastard, he said. Aye. He is, isn't he? Lord Stark's. The one all your women talk about. The grey-eyed one. The one who looks like, he paused. He let the pause hang. The one who looks like her. Hello, bastard. Jon had been wiping his sword. He set it carefully across his knee. Your Grace. His voice was very level. My uncle, my lord uncle, the Kingslayer here, he tells me that in the south we don't put bastards in the practice yard with trueborn lords' sons. Did you know that? He says it is because bastards are by nature treacherous. He says any time you give a bastard a sword, you should expect to find it in your back. Did you know that, Stark? Robb had taken a half-step forward. Theon Greyjoy, on the fence, had stopped grinning. Joff, said Jaime Lannister, quietly. He had moved a quarter pace forward. He had not lifted his hand from the pommel of his sword. Hush, uncle. Joff, perhaps, hush, uncle. There was a silence in the yard. Jon looked at the prince. He stood up slowly. He did not raise his sword. He set it on the rack with care. He took off his glove, slowly, and tucked it into his belt. He walked across the dust until he was a foot from the prince, and he stopped there, and he looked the boy steadily in the eye. Your Grace, he said. Bastard. Will you have a bout with me, Your Grace? Joffrey blinked. What? A bout. With a wooden sword. The way your sword master and mine intend us to. I would be honored to be your partner, your grace, since you are interested in how the bastards of the north handle a blade. There was a beat. I do not bout with bastards. That is a great pity, your grace. As I said, it would be an honor. Joffrey's mouth opened and shut. Behind him, on a piece of timber up against the smithy, Tyrion Lannister was sitting at his ease with a cup of small ale, his short legs swinging, and Tyrion Lannister, who had walked into the yard without anyone noticing him, was beginning, very slowly, very deliberately, to grin. Joffrey. Jaime's hand had closed on the prince's shoulder. Come along. Uncle, come along, my prince. Your mother is asking after you. Joffrey was hauled off, the white cloak over the velvet, and Jon stood very still in the dust until they were gone. Robb came up beside him. Robb did not say anything for a moment. Then he said, very quietly, very levelly, "Are you all right?" Are you sure?" "I'm sure. He's a little, I know what he is." Tyrion, on his timber, slid down, dusted his hands. He walked over, the small bandy-legged stride. He looked up, a long way up, at the bastard of Winterfell. Then he lifted his cup. "To the bastard of Winterfell," he said, mildly. "Who has more sense at 15 than my royal nephew has at 12. You'll be one to watch, lad. I shall enjoy watching you. From a great distance, of course, ours is not a court that rewards being watched too close." He drank. He bowed, half mocking, half courteous, and walked off whistling. Jon looked after him. Robb looked at Jon. And in the gallery above the yard, in the high narrow window of the Queen's chambers, a green sleeve withdrew, slowly, and a casement clicked shut. Catelyn Stark sent for Jon 2 nights before the king rode south. She sent a maid for him with a small folded note in her own hand, and the maid had not been sure whether to look at the note or at Jon when she gave it over, and so she had looked at neither, and dropped a small frightened curtsy, and fled. Jon stood in the corridor outside his own door with the note in his fingers a long time before he opened it. "Jon, I would speak with you tonight, in my solar, after the household has gone down. Come alone. Bring the wolf if you wish." Catelyn, she had not signed Lady Stark. She had not signed your father's wife, which was the way she had once, years ago, signed a small cold note rebuking him for some boyish thing. She had signed, simply, Catelyn. He went. He brought the wolf. She was alone when he came in, sitting at her embroidery frame with a single candle burning on the table at her elbow, and the fire low. She rose when he came through the door. She had not, in 15 years, risen for him. He stood in the doorway and could not move his feet. "Sit down, Jon. My lady, sit down, please. The wolf as well, if he will. He frightens me a little, but I think tonight perhaps I would like to be a little frightened in my own solar. Sit." He sat. Ghost lay down at his feet and watched her with red eyes. She did not sit at once. She walked, very slowly, to the side of the chair he had taken, and stopped half a pace from him. She put her hand out and, after a small hesitation, laid it on his shoulder. The hand stayed there a moment. It was light. It shook the smallest fraction. It did not move. "Jon. My lady. My husband has told me of your mother." He did not move. "I have been," she said, with a careful Tully precision, "a very poor aunt to you." The word landed in the room like a coin dropped on stone. "My lady, no. Listen to me. Please. I had, 15 years, Jon, in which I had your name in my mouth 1,000 times and put it down badly, every time. I have been cold to you. I have been cold to you with a small steady purpose, like a woman tending a fire. I would tell myself it was the lady's duty to keep her household clean. I would tell myself it was for the sake of Robb's place and Sansa's place. I would tell myself I was being a good Tully, being only as warm as the line of inheritance allowed. And the truth was that I was afraid of you, lad. I was afraid of what you were proof of, in my husband. I was afraid of him. I had taken a vow, to love a man I had not chosen, and I had begun to love him, in the slow careful Tully way, and there you were, sleeping in the cradle next to my son, and you were the proof, every morning, that he had loved someone else first. Jon stared at the floor. I am not the proof of that, my lady. No. Her voice was unsteady. No, you are not. You are the proof of something else. You are the proof that my husband loved his sister enough to ruin his own honor for the rest of his life to keep her son alive, and that is the husband I have had under my hand all these years, and I did not know, and I have wronged him in my heart for not being a husband I would have been a great fool to ask him to be. And in the wronging of him, I have wronged you, and it is the wronging of you that I am the most sorry for, because my husband is a man and he could speak for himself, and you have been a child. She knelt. He looked up so quickly that he nearly toppled the chair, and she had her hand on his knee before he could rise, holding him in his seat. My lady, hush. Hush. I am not begging your forgiveness, Jon. Forgiveness is too easy to give and too easy to take back. I am asking only that you let me, try. From tonight. To be the thing I should have been when you were small. I cannot give you back the years. I cannot give you back the small kindnesses you should have had from me at 1,000 suppers. But I can begin tonight. I can begin tonight, if you will let me. He looked down at her. The tully blue eyes that had been a wall in his life all his life were red and steady, and they did not move. My lady, he said, and his voice cracked in the middle of it. My lady. You do not have to, Jon. Please. He could not speak. She took his hand. She held it a long time. After a while, very softly, very deliberately, she said, when you were 5. Do you remember? There was a winter morning when Robb fell on the ice and broke his lip. And you ran in, and you were screaming for me, because you could not find me, because you knew I would want to know. I scolded you, that day. I scolded you for screaming in my hall. Do you remember it? My lady. I should have thanked you, that day. I should have lifted you up and thanked you. I have thought of it, sometimes, late at night. The set of your face when I scolded you. The way you went still. She let out a breath. I am thanking you tonight. 15 years late. For loving my son enough to come for me when he was hurt. I am thanking you, Jon. He bent his head. He did not weep. He had decided, some time after the gods would, that he was done weeping in front of people. But his shoulders shook once, and her hand, on his knee, tightened and held, and Ghost, on the rug, made one small wolf sound in the back of his throat that no man in Winterfell heard but the 3 of them. When at last she rose and bid him good night, and he was in the corridor again with the door closed behind him, Jon Snow stood in the dark for a long while with his hand on the great pale head of his wolf, and he thought, I have had a mother in this house and I did not know it. I have had a mother in this house and she has been on the other side of a door I have not been allowed to knock on, and she has unlocked the door tonight, and walked into the corridor herself, and asked me in. He thought it as if it were a thing happening at a great distance from him, to a different boy. And then, slowly, walking back through the cold corridors of Winterfell with the wolf at his heel, he understood that the boy was him, and that this would be one of the things he would carry for the rest of his life, and that, of all the gifts the king of the 7 kingdoms had brought to Winterfell in his great clattering procession, this small late one, given by his father's wife in a candlelit solar at midnight, would prove the gift that kept him sane in the year ahead. A week later the king's party rode out of Winterfell on the King's Road, south. Catelyn watched them go from the gatehouse. Robb stood beside her. Sansa stood at her other elbow, her eyes streaming because Lord Stark was going south and she with him, in 3 days' time, by a small later party, but the king had gone first, and she had not got to ride out with the prince after all, and she was too well-bred to say so. Below, in the inner courtyard, Jon stood with his hand on Ghost's head and watched the last of the king's banners disappear under the gate. He did not weep. He had not wept again since the gods would. He stood with his hand on the great pale wolf, and he watched the road south, and he thought about what the king had said to him, which was a thing he had been turning over in his head for a week and would go on turning over for the rest of his life. You have a brother on the throne. He had a brother on the throne. He had not chosen the brother. He had not chosen the throne. He had not, until a week ago, known there had been a choice to make. He stood in the cold spring sunlight with the great dire wolf at his side, and he thought, for the first time, hesitantly, the way a man tries the weight of a sword that is not yet his, about the country south of the neck, and what he, Jon Snow, who was not Jon Snow, owed to it, and what it might one day owe to him. The wind off the wolf's wood smelled of pine and old snow, and the bastard of Winterfell stood very still beneath it. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Small counsels. The Red Keep at midsummer smelled, as it always smelled to Eddard Stark, of two things, tar and blood. The blood was old. Most of it had soaked into the stones long before he had ridden in for the second time in his life, and most of it was not blood any longer but the rust-colored ghost of blood, in cracks the stewards had given up trying to scrub. The tar was new. They were retarring the roofs of the Tower of the Hand. The Tower of the Hand was where Jon Arryn had died. Ned tried not to make too much of that, walking up the steps to it in the morning sun, but a man could be Stark to the bone and still notice such things. He had been a fortnight on the road south with the king, and he had ridden every league of it watching Robert. Robert had been better, on the road, than Ned had feared. Robert had drunk no more than usual, which was a great deal, but no more, and he had told no man in his train what he had been told under a stone pedestal at Winterfell, and he had spoken to Ned only twice about it the whole ride, both times at night, both times briefly, both times to ask the same flat question, "Is the boy still in your head, Ned?" "Aye, Robert. Mine too." It had been a strange thing, in its way, the king of the Seven Kingdoms riding south with the man who had told him the world's largest secret and never speaking of it but for the small reassurances Ned had been careful to give them. Now they were at the Red Keep. Now the work began. Robert had said, on the last day of the ride, when he had clapped Ned on the shoulder at the gates of the city, "Now we find out which of these bastards I can trust, eh?" And Ned had said, "Aye, we will." He had thought it on every step from the gate to the keep. He thought it now, climbing the Tower of the Hand. He thought it as he took off his cloak and laid it across the back of the chair Jon Arryn had used to sit in. He sat down behind Jon Arryn's desk. The desk had been cleared, but not entirely. There was a small dish of inkstones on the corner, and a stack of 3 leather-bound ledgers, and at the back, half hidden under the ledgers, a small folded paper that someone had put there as if to mark a place. Ned looked at it without moving for a moment, and then he reached out and slid the paper out from under the ledgers. It was sealed in green wax, very small. The seal was a many-eyed face. He looked at it. He set it back on the desk in plain view, and waited. He did not have to wait long. The man came in without knocking. He came in with a silent step and a pleasant smile and a small nod, the smile of a man who had come to a great many doors and not been turned away from any of them, and Ned knew him at once although he had never seen him. "Lord Hand. Welcome to King's Landing. Lord Varys. You have a poor opinion of me already. I see it in your face. You are an unfortunate man for diplomacy, Lord Stark, but a fortunate one for keeping the realm running. Do not worry. I have come to be of use, not to be loved." The eunuch came to the front of the desk and stood with his soft small hands folded in front of his belly. He was scented. Ned had not been told he would be scented. The smell was lavender. It was strong enough to be a kind of weapon, and Ned, who had been raised to mistrust strong perfumes for the same reason he mistrusted strong wine, set his mouth in a small steady line. "Sit down, Lord Varys. Most kind." The eunuch sat. He folded his hands in his lap. He looked at Ned for a long moment with eyes that, Ned thought, had been told a great many things by a great many sons before they had ever rested on him. "I have wondered, Lord Stark," he said softly, "how you would look, when you sat at last in this chair." "How do I look?" "Reluctant." "I and tired." "You have ridden a long way for a man you are not at all certain you wanted to ride for." "I rode for Robert." "Ah. Robert." "Yes. The king." "Of course." Varys smiled the small unbothered smile. "Lord Stark. Will you permit me to be very plain with you, this once? It is not a habit of mine. I shall not, I think, be plain with you very often. But it would save a great deal of fencing in this room, and I find I am tired this morning." "Speak, Lord Varys." The eunuch nodded. "There is a boy in Winterfell," he said, "who is not what he is said to be." Ned did not move. The eunuch went on, in the same soft voice, as if discussing the weather. "I have known, for 13 years, that a babe was carried out of the Tower of Joy by you and your bannermen. I have known that the babe was a boy. I have known that the babe was Lyanna Stark's. I have not, until 2 months ago, been entirely certain of the babe's father, although I suspected. I am certain now. I have been certain since one of your father's bannermen, old, drunk, dying, in a bed with no kin to comfort him, said the wrong name to a girl I had paid to be his nurse. I am sorry to tell you this. I do not bring it to you to threaten. I bring it to you so that you may know that I know, and so that we may, you and I, decide together what is to be done with the knowledge." "Lord Varys." "Yes. Why have you not used it?" The eunuch sighed. It was a small sigh. He did not appear to be acting. "Because I am tired of the realm bleeding, Lord Stark. Because I am very tired of what I have served. Because the last realm, the realm I served before this one, was a realm that ate its own children, and I will not see that done again, if I can help it. The boy is a Targaryen. I have served Targaryens all my life. I do not love them in the abstract. I have loved one or two of them in particular, and it has cost me. The boy is in the north. He is in the keeping of a man who, by every scrap of report that has come down to me from your country in 15 years, has been a better keeper of him than any father I served in the south ever was of any of his. I am content with that, for the moment. I am here to ask you whether you and I can be content with it together. If we cannot, Lord Stark, if you intend to bring the boy south, or proclaim him, or set him at the head of a faction, I shall have to behave very differently. If you intend, instead, to keep him safe and quiet and out of any man's reach, I am at your service, in a quiet way, in this matter." "As you will." Ned looked at the man across his desk. "You knew." "I knew." "You knew before the king knew." "By many years, Lord Stark." "Why did you not?" "Because, Lord Stark, the king did not need to know. As long as the king did not know, he was a king who was not killing his oldest friend's nephew. As long as you did not know I knew, you were a hand who was not riding south to murder me in my bed. Both of these were happy outcomes. I tried to maintain them as long as I could. The king has now learned the truth, in a place I did not control, by a route I did not foresee, that, I will tell you, has shaken me. I do not like surprises. But it is what it is. And so I come to you, this morning, and I lay down my own knowledge in front of you, like a sword, and I ask, shall we share the keeping of this thing? Ned thought. He thought a long time. The eunuch did not move. He sat with his soft hands in his lap, and his small smile settled on his round face, and he waited. I will not trust you, Lord Varys. I am desolate. But I will not, this morning, have you killed. Most generous. You will keep what you know. You will tell no man. If I learn that you have used it, in any small piece, in any small conversation, I will know which way the wind has blown, and I will deal with you. You will deal with me, as Robert dealt with Aerys's counselors. Varys's smile did not falter, but there was the smallest flicker behind his eyes. You are blunter than your predecessor, Lord Hand. Very well. I accept the bargain. I shall have to tell you, in the days to come, of one or two other people who know what we know. I shall have to. They are unavoidable. I shall do it with small ceremony, I think. I will not waste your time. Who? That, Lord Stark, will be a conversation for tomorrow. You are tired. You have been a fortnight in the saddle. Drink your wine. Read your ledgers. Ride out tomorrow and find what kind of a city you have been put in command of. We shall meet again. He stood. He bowed. He was halfway to the door when he stopped, and turned, and lifted one finger, as if a small thing had occurred to him. Lord Stark. Pycelle does not know. Good. Pycelle, at present, is manageable. I would urge you to keep him so. He is a vain old man who likes his comforts. If he comes to know, he will tell the Queen within the day. Do not let him come to know. And the Queen, Lord Varys. I know about the Queen. Varys smiled. Of course you do, Lord Hand. Of course you do. He went out. Ned sat at his predecessor's desk a long while after he had gone, and looked at the small folded paper with the many-eyed seal, and did not open it, and thought of his nephew in the north, and was very tired. Stannis Baratheon arrived at the Red Keep a fortnight later. He had been on Dragonstone, where he had been conducting what he called inspections of the fleet and what every other man in the realm called sulking. He came alone. He came in plain black livery, with his round square face freshly shaven, and he came directly from the dock to the Tower of the Hand without bathing or eating, because his brother the king had written him a single line under the royal seal, Stannis. Come. Now. He had read it twice on Dragonstone. He had read it once again on the boat. He had walked up the steps to the Tower of the Hand and not looked at any man. He found his brother in Ned's solar with Ned at the small table by the window, a flagon of wine between them. Robert had not been drinking much. Ned had seen to that. There were 2 cups on the table and only one of them was a wine cup. The other had small ale. Stannis. Brother. Sit down. Stannis did not sit. He walked to the wall with the windows. He looked at the bay. He turned. He looked at Ned. He turned, again, to his brother. You have called me from a fleet inspection. Is the realm at war? No. Is the king ill? No. Is the queen, Stannis? Sit down. He sat. He put his hands on the table the way he put his hands on every table, flat, palms down, fingers a little spread, as if to keep the table from moving. He waited. Robert told him. He told him in plain words. He told him in fewer words than Ned had used to tell Catelyn and Catelyn had used to nothing, and certainly fewer than Ned himself had used to tell Jon. Robert had been thinking about how to tell Stannis for a fortnight on the boat down from White Harbor, and he had decided, in the end, on bluntness. There was nothing else with Stannis. Stannis would not respond to a story, or a glide. Stannis would respond to a sentence with a verb in it. So Robert said, Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen had a son. He was born at the Tower of Joy. Ned took him. Ned has raised him as his bastard. The boy is 15, in the north, at Winterfell, and the boy's name is Jon Snow and he does not know yet what he is. I learned it last month. I have not killed him. I do not intend to kill him. I am telling you because you are my brother and because you are my heir and because you have a right to know what is alive in the realm. There. That is the thing. Drink your wine. There was a silence. Stannis did not drink the wine. Stannis sat very still. His jaw moved, slightly, side to side. Ned heard the small dry grind of his teeth. He had heard that grind once before, 15 years ago, in a different room in this same keep, when Stannis had been told that Storm's End would be given to Renly. That had been the only other time Ned had heard the grind close enough to identify it, but he had remembered it. It was a sound a man's body made, he thought, when his body would not let his mouth speak the thing his mouth wanted to speak. The boy is a Targaryen, Stannis said. By his father, aye. He is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen. By Lyanna Stark. Aye. Your wife. Yes. My wife. So. Stannis's hands did not move from the table. By the law of the Seven Kingdoms, this boy is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Stannis, that is the law, brother. That is what the law says. Rhaegar Targaryen was the lawful crown prince of the Seven Kingdoms. He was lawfully wedded to one wife when he died, who was Elia of Dorne. If he was lawfully wedded to a second, he was not. You know this? Ned, across the table, had set his cup down. There is no proof, Lord Stannis, Ned said, carefully, that any second marriage was performed. There is also, then, no proof that one was not. Aye. So we are arguing in a darkness. Over a boy who, by some readings of the law, by some accounts of his birth, may sit ahead of every Baratheon, including the children currently styled my brothers, in the line of succession to the Iron Throne. Stannis. Brother. Listen, I am listening, Robert. I am listening. I have been listening. I have heard every word. Do not raise your voice with me, please. His teeth ground again, a small dry noise. What do you intend? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing, Stannis. The boy stays in the north. The boy lives quietly. He goes nowhere. He says nothing. He is not proclaimed. He is not legitimized. He is not used. He sits in Winterfell with his foster father, who is sitting now on this council, and he learns what a Stark learns, and he grows up, and we leave him be. He is a sword, Stannis said, lying on the table of the realm. Aye. You propose that we agree, all of us, that none of us shall pick it up. Aye. That is, he stopped. He looked at his hands. That is not law, brother. No. That is mercy. Aye. Mercy, said Stannis, slowly, is what a man does when he is too small for the thing the law requires of him. Robert had been staring into his cup. He raised his head slowly. I am that man, Stannis. The two brothers looked at each other. It was not, Ned thought, a glance he had ever seen pass between them before. He had grown up with them both, briefly, at the Eyrie, and he had known them as men, and he knew, as well as any man living, the long sour weather between them. He had watched Stannis chafe under Robert's bigness for 30 years. He had watched Robert wave Stannis off as if Stannis were a draft from a window. But this look was not that. This look was Robert saying I am too small for the law, and I know it, and I am asking you to be small for me, and it was Stannis hearing him say it, and the silence that came after was the silence of a man who had, until that moment, never been asked by his brother for anything that cost the brother anything. Stannis ground his teeth. I will think on it, he said, finally. Stannis, I will think on it, Robert. I will not say tonight, in this room, what I think the law requires. I will go away. I will think. If, in 3 days, I come to you and I tell you the law requires that I do my duty as master of ships and ride a fleet to White Harbor and put the boy under arrest and bring him south to be examined, I will tell you. Plainly. Beforehand. I will not move on the boy without your knowledge. That, I will swear. The rest I will think on. Stannis. That is what I can give you tonight, brother. I am sorry it is not more. It is more than I had any right to ask of you. It is exactly what you had a right to ask of me, said Stannis, and Ned, who had been keeping a careful watch on the whitening of the man's knuckles, thought, he means that. He thinks that. By his own accounts. He is giving Robert what little brotherhood there is in him left, and it is more than Robert deserves and less than Robert needs. Stannis stood. He bowed, the small jerky bow he always gave. He did not look at Ned. He went to the door. At the door he stopped, with his hand on the latch. That habit, again, Ned thought, that uneasy habit men of this generation had with doors, and he said, without turning his head, "Brother. You will not introduce the boy to my daughter." My daughter is named Shireen. She is 6. She has had a hard year, brother. I will not have her made a piece in any game involving this boy. She is not to know he exists. She is not to be sent to the north. She is not to be considered, in any small future scheme of yours, as a means of binding the boy to our line. I will not allow it. I am telling you tonight, before you have thought of it, because I know you, brother, and you will think of it. Do not. She is my daughter. She is mine to spend. She is not yours to spend on this. Stannis, brother. I take my leave. He went out. Robert sat in the silence after the door closed. Ned sat with him. After a while Robert reached, slowly, for the wine flagon, and Ned reached, slowly, and put his hand on Robert's wrist. Robert looked at his hand. Robert looked at him. Robert exhaled, and pulled his wrist back, and reached past the wine for the small ale, and poured himself a cup of small ale, and drank it. He'll do it, Ned. He'll think about doing it. For 3 days. And after that? After that, Robert, Ned said, we will see. The small council met the morning after Stannis' arrival, and Peter Baelish smiled across the table at Eddard Stark with the small careful smile of a man cataloguing a new kind of bird. The session was nominally about grain levies. The session was actually, like every session of the small council in the year of our Lord Robert, about whichever invisible currents under the table the men around the table had begun to feel through the soles of their boots. Pycelle had felt one. Pycelle was an old man and his soles were not what they had been, but he had been a Grand Maester for 40 years, and he had a sense in him for when a king had come back from a journey changed. Your Grace, he said, in his slow drag of a voice, you are most welcome home. Most welcome. The realm has missed you. The realm has felt your absence, your Grace, like a stag missing its forest, you might say. Pycelle, get on with the grain. Of course, your Grace. Of course. The grain. Yes. Now, in the Reach this year, skip to the bit where we owe people money. Pycelle blinked. He cleared his throat. He shuffled his ledgers. He launched, slowly, into the long careful litany of the Crown's debts, which Ned had been reading at the desk in his solar for a week and had begun, in private, to despair of. Peter Baelish let him talk. Peter Baelish always let men talk. Peter Baelish sat at the council table as he sat in every room he entered, which was to say easily, with one elbow up and the other hand in his lap and his eyes moving in the small bright way of a man counting fish in a pond. He was looking, this morning, at Lord Stark. He had not looked at Lord Stark much, in the council. Lord Stark was a bore, by Peter's reckoning, a northerner, blunt as a hammer, useful chiefly because he was the king's friend and would not, therefore, ask interesting questions. Lord Stark had ridden in a fortnight ago and sat at this table for 2 sessions and said almost nothing. That was a northerner. That was nothing to do. Today Lord Stark had said almost nothing again. But Lord Stark, today, was sitting differently. Lord Stark was sitting in the quiet careful way a man sits when he is carrying a thing in his head he has not yet put down. Peter Baelish did not know what the thing was. He had felt it, all the same, in the room. He had felt it in the way the king had looked at Lord Stark twice, very briefly, when Pycelle had said something dull. He had felt it, too, in Varys, who was a man Peter had read for years and could read like an old book, and who today was sitting with his soft hands folded in front of his belly and a small held-back smile on his mouth that Peter had not seen on him before. 2 men in the room with a secret, then. 2 new men with a new secret. The king the third corner of it. Stannis up at Dragonstone last night, Stannis here this morning at the king's elbow, with a face like a man who had been hit with a bell, the fourth. A wide net to sit on a thing with. Wide nets dragged. Peter smiled. He waited until Pycelle had reached the part of the litany about the Lannister loans, which was where Pycelle always reached, and then he leaned forward. Your Grace. Forgive me. A small matter. May I, Lord Baelish, what? I have heard, in the city, a small whisper. A pleasant whisper, only. Nothing of substance. But you know how I am with these things. They accumulate. They accumulate. Out with it. It is said, Peter said, very lightly, very pleasantly, that the hand brought a passenger of interest with him out of the north. Not in his train, I mean. In his concerns. The cooks in the kitchen are saying it. The grooms are saying it. The hand has a northern matter that has come south with him. May I be of use to you in any of it, Lord Stark? Ned looked at him. He looked at him for a beat too long. He had not been ready for that. He had been ready for Peter to be a small irritating presence at the table, he had not been ready for Peter to begin, in the second session, to fish in the color of his cloak. I do not know what you have heard, Lord Baelish, he said, evenly. I am sure it is nothing. Of course. Of course. Nothing. Of course. Peter smiled. I only ask because I am eager to be of use. As ever. The whisperers of the city hear many things, some untrue, some half-true, some accurate. If, by some accident, the whisper had any small substance to it, I should like to know what to suppress. The court is so very vulnerable to gossip, these days. There is nothing to suppress. Of course. The eunuch coughed, gently. Lord Baelish, you have not, perhaps, met our new hand at his best. He has been a fortnight in the city and he is in the throes of the crown's accounts. We should perhaps not press him. No, no. Of course not. I am most considerate. I am most considerate. Quite. Quite. The 2 men smiled across the table at each other. It was not a pleasant smile, on either side. The spider had drawn a small line in the air between them and Lord Stark, and Peter Baelish had walked up to the line and put one toe over it and looked the spider in the face, and the spider had folded his small hands and looked back, and the line had held. For now. The session moved on. The grain. The Lannister loans. The patrols on the Kingswood. Pycelle droned. Renly, who was at the far end of the table, said 2 clever things and 1 unhelpful one, and laughed with himself when the unhelpful one went over. Robert grunted and signed 2 writs and did not lift his head. Stannis was not at the council, Stannis was not on the council, Stannis was in his own quarters with the doors shut, doing what Stannis did when his teeth ground. When at last Pycelle declared the session ended, and the men rose, Peter Baelish rose with them, and made his small nod to the king, and went to the door, and at the door he turned, and looked back, and his eyes on Lord Stark were the same bright counting eyes as they had been at the table, a little brighter. Lord Stark. Lord Baelish. Welcome to King's Landing. Do come and find me, if I can be of any service. To you. Or to your concerns. I have rooms at the brothel of Madame Chitaya, as you may have heard. They are, in their way, a kind of council chamber. A more honest one than this, sometimes. My door is open to you. Thank you. Of course. He went. In the silence of the emptied chamber, Robert turned his head to Ned and said, very low, that one. Aye. What do we do about that one, Ned? Nothing yet. He is fishing. He has not caught. He will catch. He always does. Aye. He will. We will need to give him a fish to chase that is not this one. What kind of fish? I will think on it, Robert. Aye. Outside the council door, in the long stone gallery that ran past the kitchens, Peter Baelish walked with one hand folded over the other and a small inward smile, and as he walked he counted, and the count came up to a number he had not seen in 15 years. Cersei Lannister received her husband in her solar that evening for the first time since his return. She had waited a whole fortnight for him to come to her of his own accord. He had not. So she had had her woman go to him with a small note in her own hand requesting the favor of his company at his earliest convenience, and Robert, to her surprise, had come. He sat heavily in the chair across from her. He had been drinking, but not much. He had been at the Tower of the Hand most of the afternoon. She had had a man counting his cups for her in his solar. The count was lower than usual, by half. That, in itself, was new. That, in itself, was a piece of news she did not yet have an explanation for. Husband. Cersei. You have been a fortnight back, and I have seen you twice. At the gate, and on the dais. I am not used to such an absence in my own keep. I have been busy. Doing what? Crown business. With Lord Stark. Aye. With Lord Stark. And with my brother Stannis last night. Who came up the bay at midnight, in plain livery, and walked direct to the Tower of the Hand without a bath, and stood 3 hours inside, and went to his bed in a room far from my chambers, where he has not, in any visit of his to this city, gone to his bed before. Robert lifted his cup. You keep close watch on my brothers. I keep close watch on my own keep. My husband is a careless man. Someone in this household must do it. I. Robert. He looked at her. She studied his face. She had been studying it all her married life. She knew the small twitches of it the way a sailor knows the moods of his sea. And there was a thing in his face tonight that she had not seen on it since Lyanna Stark's death day, a thing she had watched arrive in him, slowly, over the years of his reign, and recede, and come back, and recede, but not at this depth. Not at this quietness. She said, very lightly, very pleasantly, what did you find at Winterfell, husband? Friends. Friends. I, Cersei. Friends. An old friend. The man I have made my hand. A man I had not seen in 9 years. I find him much as I had left him, except grayer, and with another 4 children. 5. He looked up. I beg your pardon, my dear. 5. Lord Stark has 5 children, husband. 3 sons. 2 daughters. There is also the bastard. Or had you forgotten the bastard? There was a small silence. Robert did not move his face. He did not, this time, swing the cup or wipe his beard or make any large blunt movement. He sat very still. Then he lifted his cup, slowly, and drank, and set the cup down. Aye, he said. There is the bastard. Yes, said Cersei. There is the bastard. She watched him a long moment. Her hands were folded on her lap. Her eyes did not move from his. You looked at him a great deal in the yard, husband. The day we arrived at Winterfell. He has the Stark face. He has many faces. I have been thinking about which. Cersei. Husband. There is no, the boy is no concern of yours. Of course, she said, smoothly. Of course. He is no concern of mine. She waited. He did not speak. Forgive me, husband. She inclined her head. I am fanciful. The North has a way of staying with one. I shall not press you on it. I. He stood up, abruptly. He set the cup down. He bowed in the small mocking way he bowed to her in private, and went to the door. At the door, and again, she thought, with a small inward note, that habit of his of stopping with his hand on a latch had grown on him in the past month, and where had it grown from, he said, without turning his head, Cersei. If you ask after that boy in this room or any other, you will find that I am a different husband to you than I have been. Are we understood? There was a beat. Then a small smile climbed up her cheek. We are understood, husband. He left. The door closed. Cersei Lannister sat alone in her solar a long time, her hands folded in her lap, and the small smile did not leave her face. After a while she rose, and went to her writing table, and took up a pen, and began to write a letter to her father at Casterly Rock, in the careful elegant hand she used only for the most private of his correspondence. The letter did not say what she suspected. The letter said, only, Father, I would have your counsel. There is a thing in this court I have not yet identified, and I do not like things in my court I have not identified. Send me Jaime, if he can be spared from Casterly. I want my brother home. She sealed the letter with her own ring. She gave it to her woman. She watched her woman go down the corridor with it. Then she went to her bed, and she did not sleep, and at some hour of the night she said aloud, into the dark, I will know what it is. I will know what it is by midsummer. The silence of the keep did not contradict her. Renly took the news in his rose garden 3 afternoons later. He took it the way Renly took most things, with a small sweet smile that was not quite a real smile, and a quick shifting of his hands, and a look at the man telling him out of the corner of his eye to be sure he was not being put on. Robert had told him in the open garden, walking, with the singers across the lawn playing low. Ned had stood half a pace back. The roses had been fat with bees. When Robert was done, Renly was quiet a long moment. Then he laughed. Brother, he said. Renly. Brother, gods. Gods, Robert. Gods. Is this what you've been carrying about with you all morning? Is this why you have been looking at me like a man whose dog is dead? It is. Brother. Brother. Listen to me. You did not need to bring me into a rose garden for this. You did not need to, the way you set it up. With the singers. As if you were going to break me with it. Brother. I am not a man who breaks. You should know that by now. I should. You should, Renly said, walking, his arm slipping easily through his brother's. Now. Let us think. Let us think clearly, the 3 of us, Lord Stark, you must walk with us, you have a head for these things, let us think clearly about what this changes. It changes nothing, Robert said. We have agreed. The boy stays in the north. He stays a bastard. He says nothing. We say nothing. Of course, said Renly, easily. Of course. Of course. We do nothing. We say nothing. We are, to a man, perfectly silent. That is, yes. Naturally. Renly. Brother. Naturally. I am only thinking aloud. Suppose, for a moment, a hypothetical, only, suppose for a moment that the Queen learns. Or that some man on the council learns. Or that the realm, by some accident, some leak, some spider's whim, learns. What then? We must have, at our backs, a story. A way of putting it. We cannot be caught by a leak with no preparation. Yes. Lord Stark. Surely you see this. As hand. Ned said, very evenly, as hand, Lord Renly, I see that we will deal with that day if it comes. Renly's eyes were on him, bright, friendly, calculating. But Lord Stark. Surely, with the Queen, surely, with the Lannisters as they are, surely it would be wise, Renly, said Robert. Brother. Renly. You will not, by any ploy or any whisper or any small clever hand on a shoulder, use this boy. Do you hear me? You will not be the man who plants a seed of this in some small pretty cousin's ear and lets the realm read about it next month. I have not told you so that you can, Robert. Renly. Robert. I am hurt. I am genuinely hurt. I would not, Renly. The youngest Baratheon brother stopped on the path. He looked up at his eldest brother, and the small sweet smile moved, slightly, into something a little realer. Brother. I would not. I will not. There are a great many of us under this sky who are not, after all, very honorable men, but I am one of those few who is honorable in the small private ways. I will not use this against you. I will not even use it against the Queen, although gods know it is the prettiest stick I have been handed in years. I will keep your secret. I will keep it because you are my brother, and I will keep it because I think, Robert, that for the first time in 12 years you have brought me a thing that has cost you to carry, and I am grateful, that you have brought it to me. You did not used to. I take it kindly. Robert blinked at him. Renly slid his arm out of his brother's. He took up Ned's, instead, with the same easy grace, and walked on. Lord Stark. You and I should be friends. We are going to need to be friends, you and I, in the months to come. The Queen is going to be very interesting, for the next year, and I find I have no man in this city to discuss her interestingness with. Will you walk with me to the Rose Pavilion? I want to sit, and I want a cup of cold wine, and I want you to tell me what the king has said to my elder brother, because it has plainly not gone well. I can read the man as well as you can, better, in fact, because I have known him longer in his bad seasons. Walk with me. Ned glanced at Robert. Robert lifted a hand and waved them both off with a faint, tired smile. The king turned to walk among the bees. Ned walked with the king's youngest brother to the Rose Pavilion in the heat of the afternoon, with the sound of the singers behind them and the salt in the air off the bay, and he thought, I am being made a piece in a game. I am being moved by men who understand the moves better than I do. I have taken Jon out of the north in my mouth, and now he is on the table, and there are hands in the city already beginning to reach for him, and the only way I can keep the table from breaking is to keep my hand on him too. He thought it. And he kept walking. Behind him, at a high window of the Red Keep, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms watched the small group of men on the path between the roses, and counted, and kept her own counsel. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. The Lion's Rage. Jaime Lannister came up from the harbor at dusk, with the dust of 3 weeks' riding still on his white cloak, and the men at the gate of the Red Keep saluted him without looking at his face, because his face after a hard ride was a face it was wise not to look at. He had ridden in 5 days from Casterly Rock. His sister had written to their father, and their father had sent her brother, the way a man sends a hammer when he is not sure whether he means to mend a wall or break it. He had been 3 weeks in the saddle thinking about why she had asked. He was not given to suspicions, on the road. He was given, on the road, to chasing whatever crossed his vision at full gallop, because chasing was the thing in his life he was good at and the thing his life had not yet asked him to be quiet about. But Cersei's letters had a color. He had grown up reading them. The color of this one had been the color of a letter she had sent him once before, 8 years ago, when she had begun to suspect that one of her ladies was sleeping with their father's steward. She had not sent for him then, she had handled it herself, the steward had been gelded and the lady had fallen down a stair. The color of it, all the same, had been the same. Brother. Come. Quick neat ink. No word spent on the weather. He stopped in the courtyard with his horse blowing under him, and he looked up at the high windows of the Queen's apartments, and he saw her standing at one of them, watching for him. He did not wave. He did not nod. He swung down off his horse and gave the reins to a boy and walked up into the keep. She had a private supper waiting for him in her solar. Cold venison. Bread. A flagon of Arbor Red. A second goblet next to her own, which she had been polishing with the corner of her sleeve the way she polished things when she wanted her hands occupied while she thought. He came in. He shut the door behind him. He took off his cloak, with care, and laid it across the back of the chair that was not hers, because the chair that was hers was a tall straight thing with sharp gold work and his cloak would not have lain easily across it. He sat down. He drank. "You wrote me a letter." "I did. You wrote me a letter that was the color of the one you sent me in the year of the Cleos affair. I have been 3 weeks reading it for the color." "Have you? What is it, Cersei?" She did not answer him at once. She rose. She walked to the door and listened at the latch. She walked to the window and pulled the casement shut. She pulled the inner shutters across, and the catch on the inner shutters, and dropped the small iron pin she always dropped in the catch when she did not want her women coming up to her. She came back to the table. She sat down opposite him. She put her hands flat on the wood, the way she used to as a girl when she was telling him a thing she had decided, and waited until he was looking at her. "Brother. Sister. I think Robert has a Targaryen in his hand." There was a silence. Jaime, who had been about to take a second drink of the wine, set the cup down very carefully on the table. He set it down at exactly the small careful angle their Lord Father had taught them, as children, was the proper angle for a Lannister to set a cup down at, and he did not look at his sister, for a moment, because he did not want her to see what was on his face. "Is that so?" he said, mildly. "I think the Stark bastard is not a bastard." "No. No. I think he is Lyanna Stark's son." "By Rhaegar." She watched him while she said it. She watched his face the way she watched all faces that mattered to her. He had been, in their childhood, the only face she had not been able to read at first glance. He had grown into a man whose face, on the right day, she could read better than her own. Today he had on his Kingsguard face, the smooth white face that had cost him 15 years to learn, and even on him she could not, for the smallest moment, find an opening. He drank, slowly. He set the cup down again. "Cersei. Brother. That is, a thought. It is a conclusion. I have been gathering it for 3 months. Since Winterfell. I have been very careful. I have spoken of it to no one. Not Pycelle. Not Father. Not, even in my own letters, to you. I want you to hear me say it once, in this room, and then I want us never to say it aloud again unless it is in private, with the catch on the shutter. Are we understood?" "We are." "Good. Now drink, brother. You have ridden far. I will tell you what I have." She told him. She told him about Robert at the courtyard at Winterfell, and the look on his face when he had stopped at the bastard's place in the line. She told him about Robert in the great hall at Winterfell that night, and the not looking. She told him about Robert in his dressing gown the morning after, pale, sober, his hands shaking on the buckle of his belt, about Robert in the God's Wood for half a morning with his face wet, about Robert riding south in 3 weeks without singing once, whom she had heard sing every league of every road they had ever ridden in their married life. She told him about Stannis arriving in plain black at midnight and walking direct to the Tower of the Hand without a bath. She told him about Renly at the Rose Pavilion, drinking with Stark in a way Renly did not drink. She told him about Pycelle, who had heard nothing, brother, he is a fool, but a fool with eyes, and his eyes have heard nothing, and about Peter Baelish, who had heard a small whisper in the kitchens about a northern matter and had brought it to council and been very prettily snubbed. She told him about the eunuch, who had stopped, in the past 3 weeks, telling her what she wanted to hear and begun telling her what other men were saying, which in the eunuch was the surest sign of a thing he was not going to permit her to know. She told him about the long looks she had caught Robert giving Stark across small tables, and about the way Robert had stopped touching her, even by accident, in the corridors of the keep. She told him about the bastard's face, which she had had time to study over a fortnight in the north, and which had Lyanna Stark's mouth, exactly, and Rhaegar Targaryen's brow, exactly, and, she had been very careful, here, about the hard paws her husband had made over the boy in the Winterfell yard. I do not have proof, Jaime, she said, when she was done. No. Of course not. But I have, every line of it. Every line points the same way. You believe me? He looked at her. I have believed every word, Cersei. I have believed every word from the moment you began. I have ridden 3 weeks thinking about what your letter might be. This is more than I had thought. But I had thought it was a great deal. Good. She watched him. She knew her brother. She knew the way her brother breathed when he was thinking, as opposed to when he was about to act. She watched him breathing. Brother. What do you make of it? He considered. He considered for a long time. He turned the cup in his fingers. He set it down. He looked at the small fire in the hearth, which she had laid even though it was midsummer, because she had wanted, tonight, to have a fire in the room when she said this thing to him. I make, he said, slowly, that I killed a king for less than this. She let out the breath she had been holding. She said, very softly. That is what I thought you would make of it. I killed a king who had set fire to half a city for the sin of being the son of his blood. I killed him while my father's army marched down the street of steel cutting the throats of children for that same sin. I killed him in a throne room with 300 men running about looking for the crown prince's wife and her babes, and the crown prince's wife and her babes were found before the day was out, and they were broken on the floor of the same throne room, and we stood, sister, my father and Robert when he came to the city, over those bodies, and we were forgiven the killing by a king who had pardoned us with both hands open. We did all of that. We did all of that. To rid the realm of dragons. And now I learn there is a dragon. A dragon walking around in the north in a Stark cloak, with the king's friend tucked under the king's arm, because the king has gone, soft. Soft. Sister. I can find no other word. He has gone soft. He has been told the boy is alive, and he has not had the boy killed, and he has not even had the boy moved to where he can be killed. He has gone hand in hand with the hand who hid the boy, and brought the hand south, and made him my better in this council, and he is, I can think of nothing for it but soft. It is not softness, brother. It is grief. It is the same kind of weakness. Yes, said Cersei, and took a small sip of her wine. Yes. As you say. She watched him. Brother. Tell me what you think we should do. Cersei, tell me. We are alone. The shutter is closed. Tell me what is in your head. He looked at her. In my head, he said, is the man I was at 15, brother. The man I was when you killed Ares. Yes. That man. Tell me what that man would do, brother. I want to hear his voice. That man, said Jaime, slowly, would put a sword through the boy. Yes. Quietly. In the night. By a sworn brother, riding north on some other pretext. Or by a hand bought with no Lannister gold. Without a noise. Without a witness. The boy would die in his sleep. Of fever, or of choking, or of an honest mishap with a horse. He is 15. The north is wide. There are 100 ways a boy 15 can die in the north in a year. And then there would be no dragon. And then my sister and her son and her daughter and my younger nephew would be, safe. He looked at his cup. He did not lift it. And then, he said, very slowly, I would have killed a kinslayer's child, and the kinslayer would be my own king. Robert. It is kinslaying, sister, what we are talking about. The boy is the king's nephew. By his oath, sworn before the seven, in the sept at the trident, on the day he claimed the realm. He is the king's blood, the king's wife's son, the king's heart's son. To kill him is to kill the king's heart. And I have killed the king's father, sister. I am the thing in white that killed a king for the realm. I do not, he stopped. He put his hands flat on the table. I will not do it for him, sister. I will not do it for you, either. There was a silence. Brother. Cersei. I have done my one for the realm. I will not do another. Brother. I love you. I will do for you nearly everything that is asked of me. I have done a great many things for you that were ill-asked. I will not start murdering boys. Not for you. Not for Joffrey. Not for myself. Boys, brother. He is not a boy. He is a sword in the heart of every claim my children have to a throne our father bled for. Cersei. Listen to me. Listen. Robert is going to die. He drinks too much and he hunts too close to the boar, and there is a year in him at the most before some accident finds him. When he dies, the throne goes to Joffrey. That is the law as it stands. And then, we have a problem, brother, because the moment the realm hears that a Targaryen of Rhaegar's body is alive in the north, every man with an old grudge in him picks up a sword. Every Reach man who lost a brother at the Trident and never forgave it. Every Dornishman who has been waiting 15 years to ride in a column behind a son of Rhaegar's. Every petty lord in the Vale or the Crownlands who has been counting his sons and wondering how long Joffrey lives. The boy does not have to want the throne, brother. The boy does not even have to know about the throne. The throne will come for him. It will come for him, in the form of the men who want him on it. And on that day, our children, our son, who is 12, and a fool, and our daughter, who is 10, and is going to be made a queen for him, and our youngest, who would not survive the first night of any uprising, our children will die for being who they are. Cersei. That is the color of it, brother. That is the color I have been writing in. We do not have the option of softness. Robert has the option, perhaps, because Robert is the king and he has been given a free fortnight in the north to be soft. We do not. Our father does not. Our children do not. Cersei. What? What you are asking me to do, I am not asking it of you, Jaime. He looked at her. He had been looking at the fire. He looked at her now. You are asking me to find someone to do it. I am asking you to think whether there is anyone to do it. Yes. I am asking you to think whether there is someone in our family's pay who could reach the boy in the north without leaving a trace. I am asking you to think with me, brother. As you have always thought with me, when the thing in front of us was hard. Jaime set his cup aside. He stood. He walked to the fire. He put his palm out flat over it, the way he had done as a boy, when he had wanted to feel a thing he was afraid of without committing to it. He felt the heat. He pulled the hand back. Cersei. Brother. I will think with you. She let out the breath she had been holding. She did not let it out so that he would notice. But I will not act yet. Of course. I will not let father in on it yet. Of course not. Father would have the boy on a ship within the fortnight. We are not father. No. And I will not, Cersei, I will not act on this without us speaking to it again, and once more after that. I am going to be slow. I am going to be the slow one, this time. You will be patient with me. You will let me sit with this. You will not put your woman on a horse to White Harbor in 3 days because I have been slow. You will wait. Are we understood, sister? She looked at him. We are understood, brother. Good. He came back to the table. He sat. He took up the wine and drank, and the second drink went a little faster than the first, and the third faster than the second, and they sat for a while and did not speak, because what they had said had been a great deal, and it would need an evening's silence to lie down in. After a time, she said, Jaime. Tell me about him. Who? The boy. In Winterfell. You saw him. In the practice yard. I watched from the window. You stepped between him and Joffrey when Joffrey would have been a fool. You looked him in the face that day. Tell me what you saw. Jaime was a long time answering. I saw, he said, finally, Rhaegar's brow. And his mother's, the Stark woman's, mouth. I saw a boy who knew how to handle a wooden sword the way no 15-year-old in this realm has any business knowing. I saw a 15-year-old who, when a prince of the realm called him a treacherous bastard in front of his brothers and the kingdom's white knights, did not draw, and did not run, and did not weep, and did not even raise his voice. He set his sword on the rack. He took off his glove. He walked over and asked the prince for a bout. As if he were inviting a guest in for a cup of wine. Joffrey did not know what to do with him. Tyrion did. Tyrion saluted him with a cup. Tyrion. What did Tyrion say? He said the boy would be one to watch. There was a small silence. Tyrion is more clever than the rest of us, brother. He is. That is a frightening fact, when one stops to think about it. Brother. There is one more thing I want to say to you tonight, before you sleep. Say it. I love my children, Jaime. I know it. I love them more than I love Robert. I love them more than I love my father. I love them more than I love myself. I would burn this city to keep them alive. I want you to know that I have looked at every door I might walk through, and there is no door I would not walk through to keep them alive, and the door that you and I are going to come to, in a year or two, may be a door I cannot walk through alone. Do you hear me? I hear you. That is what I wanted to say. Cersei, drink your wine, brother. We are done speaking, tonight. He drank. He sat with her until the candle had burnt down to the small last white nub, and then he rose, and bowed, and went to the door, and at the door he stopped. For the love of all the gods, he thought, I have begun to do that thing the king does with doors, that fool's habit, where do men learn it? And he turned, and looked at her over his white shoulder. Cersei. I will not let you ruin yourself for them. Not while I have a hand in it. She did not answer. He went out. She sat at the table alone a long time, with the wine in her cup gone the color of old blood in the candlelight, and she said, very quietly, into the empty room, brother. You will. In the end. You will. In the morning Jaime found his younger brother in the practice yard, against all rules of nature and decency, since Tyrion Lannister was not a man given to mourning, or to the practice yard, or to either at the same time. He was sitting up against the rail of the lower yard with a pewter cup in his hand and a small sheaf of papers across his lap, and the sun on his face, and a cat curled into his side that the master-at-arms had been trying for 2 years to evict. Brother, he said, raising the cup. I had a wager you would be at it before noon. I have lost the wager to myself. I shall pay myself back this afternoon. Tyrion. You ride into the city like a man with a thunderhead under his cloak, and you do not so much as send a boy to my door to say good morning. I am wounded, brother. I am genuinely wounded. The cat has had to console me. Get up. Walk with me. Tyrion looked up. The small mismatched eyes had that bright gleam they had when he had begun to be amused. He set the cup down. He looked, deliberately, at the white cloak. Walk with you. To where, exactly? The throne room? The sept? The brothels? Up the wall. The wall. Brother. There are stairs. I do not love stairs. You will love these stairs. They have a view of the bay, and the bay has a fishing boat coming in with the tide that we shall pretend to be interested in, and we shall stand at the rail and watch it, and I shall ask you a thing I do not wish any man to overhear. The small uneven face went still. The grin did not move, but the gleam under it did. Tyrion stood, slowly. He set the papers aside. He shooed the cat. He came up to his brother's elbow with the small bandy stride. "Brother. You have been here half a day." "You have been here half a day and you have already a question for me you cannot ask in a corridor." "Lead on." They walked. They climbed. Tyrion, who did not love stairs, climbed in a kind of grim practiced sequence, with a small wheeze on the higher flights, and Jaime, who had never in his life climbed a flight of stairs and thought about the cost, slowed to him without remarking on it. They reached the high walk above the bay. The wind was up. The water was the color of dirty pewter. A small fishing boat was, as Jaime had said, coming in with the tide. The men in it were tiny. They stood at the rail. Tyrion. "Brother. You said something at Winterfell. In the yard. To the bastard. I say a great many things to a great many bastards. It is one of my few professional accomplishments. You said he would be one to watch. Did I? You did. Tyrion did not look at his brother. He looked at the boat. Yes. I did. You have been thinking about it. I have. What about it specifically? Tell me what you saw, brother. When you watched him. Tyrion was quiet a long moment. I saw, he said finally, a boy who had been raised in the cleanest house in the realm. Eddard Stark's house is a clean house. There are not many like it. Most of the houses one is raised in our world, dirty a man, brother. The Stark house has not. The boy stood in front of Joffrey, who is, not, alas, our finest growth, and he handled the prince with a kind of grace I have not seen on a 15-year-old since I was 15 myself, and even at 15 I did not have it. He did not snap. He did not bow. He did not flatter. He did not draw. He did the only thing a man could do in the position he was in, which was, to invite the boy who had insulted him to take up the challenge of his accusation in the open. He was Stark to the bone. He had the measure of the prince in 2 breaths. He had the measure of every man watching, including me. He drank the prince's insult and turned it into an offer of fellowship the prince could not accept without losing face. He was, brother, he was, at 15, a better politician in 3 minutes than I have ever been at my finest. I sat on a piece of timber and I watched a boy I had never seen before, and I thought, here is a Stark I am going to have to befriend. I drank to him. With a cup. In the dust. I saw you do it. Tyrion. Brother. Have you a guess? About him. The silence at the rail went on a little. Tyrion turned his head, slightly. He looked up at his brother. He looked up at his brother's white cloak in a way Jaime had not, in a long while, been looked at by his younger brother, which was to say with consideration, with measure, the way a man looks at a piece of land he is being offered to buy. Brother. What kind of guess am I being asked for here? A full one. As you see fit. I am not at this rail, Jaime said carefully, looking at the boat, for the small guesses, brother. I am here for the one you have been keeping in the back of your head since Winterfell. Tyrion let out a slow breath. Then I will tell you, brother. His voice was low. The wind almost took it. I think the bastard of Winterfell is not a bastard. I think his mother was a Stark, but I do not think she was a Stark by accident, do you take my meaning? I think he was carried out of a tower in the south 15 years ago, by a man whose face I have come, in the past 3 days, to know better than I had ever wanted to. I think the king has been told. I think the hand told him at Winterfell. I think Stannis has been told. I think Renly has been told. I think the eunuch has been told for years, although I would lay my entire purse on the wager that he has known for a great deal longer than the king. I think, brother, I think this is what our sister has summoned you to King's Landing for. I think you have come south to do something about it. I think, and brother, I am sorry to say this, I think Cersei has not yet brought father in on it because Cersei wants this to be hers, and Cersei wants this to be us. And I think, go on. I think you should not let her have you for this, brother. Jaime did not turn his head. Why? Because, brother, I have read the boy's face. I have looked at the king's face. I have read every face in the keep this fortnight in turn, in the small clever way I read faces, and I tell you that the king is, different, brother. The king is, gentler. There is a thing in the king's face since he came back from the north that I have not seen on him in 15 years, and that thing is, love, brother. He is loving something again. And I think, what he is loving is the boy. Not in the way he loved his bastards. In a different way. In the way of a man who has had a thing returned to him he had given up on entirely. Tyrion. Brother. I am telling you what I see. The king has been given, back, a piece of his dead heart. The whole keep has felt it. Even the eunuch, who feels nothing, has felt it. Even Stannis, who feels nothing twice. The man is, for the first time in a long while, not entirely lost. And our sister has come to the conclusion that the only thing to do about that is to take the heart out of him a second time. That is the color of it, brother. And I do not think you should be the man who takes it out of him. Jaime was silent. The boat had reached the harbor. Men were jumping down to the wharf. Gulls had begun to fight, in the small mean way of gulls. Tyrion. If we do nothing, If we do nothing, and Robert dies, and the realm finds the boy, Joffrey is not a king who will keep his throne against a Targaryen of Rhaegar's body. No. And Cersei is the queen of the realm and the mother of 3 of our children, and Cersei is, Cersei. I know. Tyrion. What do you want me to do? His brother looked up at him. I want you, Jaime, to do nothing for a year. Whatever sister asks. Whatever father asks, when he learns. Even if the eunuch asks. I want you to be patient. I want you to give the king a year. I do not yet know the boy. I do not yet know what he chooses to do with what is in him. I do not know whether he is the kind of man who, given a chance, will sit on a throne, or the kind who will walk into a forest and not come out. I do not know whether he is, Rhaegar's son in the way that means a song, or Rhaegar's son in the way that means another fire. I want a year to find out. And I want, brother, I want you not to put a knife in him before I know. That is a great deal to ask of me. It is. It is a great deal to ask of our sister. That part you must handle. I cannot. Jaime looked at the boat, the gulls, the wharf, the city. He did not look at his brother. You always were the clever one, he said finally. I always was. And the kind one. Hush. I have a reputation. Jaime smiled, briefly. He was surprised to find his face capable of it. All right. A year. I will give him, a year. I will hold our sister's hand while it itches. I do not know that I can do more than that, brother. I am not father, and I am not the eunuch, and I am only 1 Kingsguard among 7, and there are limits to what I can hold up. You will hold up what you can. I will hold up what I can. 3 nights later Jaime stood the late watch outside the king's chamber, and Robert opened the door at the hour of the wolf, drunk and sleepless, and stood in the doorway for a moment looking at the white knight in the corridor, and Jaime did not move, and Robert did not move, and at last the king said, very quietly, Kingslayer. Your Grace. Walk with me. Your Grace, the protocol, the bloody protocol is whatever I bloody well say it is. Walk with me. Jaime walked with him. They went down through the keep, quietly, the king with his great weight on the rail of every stair, the White Knight a half-pace behind. They went out into the God's Wood that the Targaryens had planted within the walls of the keep, 3 small trees, in a small pebbled square, none of them weirwoods, because there had been no weirwoods to plant when the keep was built, only oaks, ill-fed by southern soil, growing crooked. Robert sat heavily on the bench under the smallest of them. Jaime stood, because he was Kingsguard, and because Kingsguard did not sit in the presence of the king. Lannister. Your Grace. I have been thinking about Aerys. Jaime did not move. I have been thinking about what you did. In the throne room. 15, 16, gods, 16 years. I have been thinking that I never thanked you for it. Your Grace. I let men call you Kingslayer. I let your name go round the realm with a slur on it that has been on you ever since. I never said, plainly, in court, that you had done a thing that needed doing. I should have. I knew it. I have been a poor king, Lannister. Your Grace, please, hush. Let me finish. I am drunk. I will not have the courage in the morning. I have been a poor king. I have done 1 or 2 great wrong things in my reign, and a great many small wrong ones. The great wrong things have been about a woman who is dead. I have sent men to kill children, on her account, and I would have sent more, and I cannot, tonight, look at any White Knight and not think of those children. Do you understand me? Your Grace, I am sorry, Lannister. There was a silence in the small God's Wood. Jaime looked at his king, at the bowed great red ruined head, at the wine-wet beard, at the hands open and trembling on the great thighs, and he thought, in a way he had not thought in 15 years, about a throne room with smoke in it, and a small mad king bleeding out across the marble, and a half-dressed prince of the realm running past the dais shouting for his wife and his babes, and a tall white knight in golden armor who had, that day, made a choice between the realm and his oath. And had been hated for it ever since by every man, including the man in this God's Wood, on this bench, in this hour, except, perhaps, his small monstrous brother. Your Grace. There is no need. There is. Your Grace, you need not, Lannister. There is. You have stood at my back for 15 years, and I have called you a Kingslayer in my heart for every one of them, and you have, never once, in any small pettiness, made me regret it. You are a better Kingsguard than I deserve. I am sorry. Jaime stood very still in the dark. After a long moment, he bowed. Your Grace. Help me up, Lannister. Your Grace. He helped him up. He walked him back to his chamber. He set him in his bed. He pulled the blanket up to the great red shoulder, and drew the curtain, and stood the watch in the corridor again the rest of the night. He did not, in the morning, go to his sister. He did not, in the afternoon, go to the boy. He thought, instead, on the high walk above the bay, with the wind in his hair, about the thing his small brother had asked of him, and about the thing his elder sister had asked of him, and about the thing his king, drunk in the God's Wood at the hour of the wolf, had done to him without asking it, which had been to thank him for a deed he had done 16 years ago and never been thanked for since. He thought about it for a great while. He did not know, on that high walk, what he had decided. He knew only that he was going to be slow, and that the slowness was going to cost him, and that the cost was, for once, going to be borne, not by his sister, and not by his brother, and not by his king, but by him. Far up in the keep, on the high western terrace where men did not go after dark, the eunuch of King's Landing stood in his soft slippers and watched the small yellow square of the Queen's window go out. He had been counting candles. He had counted, in the past month, every candle that burned in every window in the Queen's apartments, every night, without fail. He had counted, also, every candle in the Tower of the Hand, and in the King's chambers, and in the tower where Lord Renly slept, and in the modest small house Lord Stannis kept at the far end of Visenya's hill. He had a small ledger of it, in a chest he had not let any other man open in 15 years. He read the ledger by his own candle, at the end of every night, and made a small mark. The mark, tonight, was a long one. A man named Velerin, a sailor, would in the morning be receiving a small heavy purse from a man he would never see, on a wharf where he would never afterwards be seen, with instructions to carry a sealed scroll across the narrow sea on the next merchantman. The scroll was already sealed. The wax was the wax of a fishmonger of Pentos. The contents read, in a hand the eunuch had not used in 5 years, friend. There is news. I shall come to you in person. Wait. Move no piece of yours that I have not yet placed. Trust me, friend, in this above all things. The boy is alive. The boy is in keeping. The boy must not be touched yet. Patience. The spider. He sealed the small scroll into a smaller pouch. He gave it to a boy who had been waiting in the dark behind him for an hour, without making any sound at all. The boy went away. The eunuch stood a moment longer on the high terrace, and listened to the city below, which was, as always at this hour, beginning the long slow exhale of its shopkeepers and its drunks and its babies waking, and he thought, with a small soft pity that surprised him, of the great red ruined king sleeping somewhere in the keep behind him. Robert, he thought. Robert. You are so much better a man at this than you used to be. You would not believe me if I told you so. But you are. You are. You are. He went, in his soft small slippers, down the long stair, and to bed. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Whispers across the narrow sea. The manse of Illyrio Mopatis stood on a low hill above the harbour at Pentos, and the manse was very quiet that afternoon, the way it was always quiet in the hour after the Magister had received an unexpected letter from Westeros. Viserys Targaryen, the rightful king of the Undols and the Rhoynar and the First Men, had been pacing the cool tile of the upper gallery for the better part of 2 hours. He had a wine cup in his hand. The wine had been poured at the second hour and was at this hour a temperature not fit for any cup, but he had not drunk it, he had only held it and turned it and walked. His sister sat at the rail, in the white linen Illyrio's seamstresses had cut for her. She was 13 and had been 13 since spring, and she sat the way Illyrio's people had taught her to sit, very still, with her ankles crossed and her hands folded in her lap and her great silver gold hair caught into the loose braid that became her best. She had, this afternoon, the small held-back patience of a girl who had learnt to wait out her brother's pacing as a sailor waits out weather. It is not possible, Viserys said. He had been saying it, in different formulations, for 2 hours. It is not possible. Brother, please, do not please me, sweet sister. Do not please me. This is not a thing one pleases a king out of. Brother. The Magister has not yet finished reading the letter. It is the 3rd time he has read it. He reads it slowly to put us in our places. He always does. He does not understand his place. He has begun to forget his place. I shall have to remind him of it. Soon. Brother. He turned. He looked at her. The Targaryen eyes, the violet that the small mad father had had, and the dead brother had had, and that the maesters in the last court had whispered about with a small uneasy look, went over her in the small unsteady way they had when he was off his moorings, and then he came across the gallery in 2 strides and sat down beside her on the bench, and the wine in his cup at last spilled, a small dark stain, on the white linen of her dress. Brother. Forgive me. Forgive me, sweet sister. I am out of myself. There has been, too much. I know. I was the dragon. I was the only dragon. I was the last of the line. I was the rightful, you are still the rightful king, brother. Am I? She did not answer at once. She had been thinking about it for 2 hours, since the Magister had read out the eunuch's letter at the small council the Magister kept in his solar with a brother and sister no man in the city knew were a brother and sister. She had been thinking about it in the small, careful, nearly invisible way a girl in her position learned to think about things. She had not let her face move while she thought. "Brother," she said. "Listen to me. Please. Sweet sister. I am not learned. I do not know the law. I do not know what the line says about a son of Rhaegar. I have never met our brother. Our brother is a name to me. He has been a name. He is a name in your stories and our father's stories and the Magister's stories. There is no part of me that has stood near him in life, brother. He was a name. I have only had 2 living people of our blood, brother. One of them is you." He looked at her. He said. The voice broke a little in the middle. Dany. And the other has been, alive, for 15 years, in the cold north, and we have not known. And we are being told now, and we are being told kindly, and we are being told by a man who, by everything our Magister has said, has kept the secret kindly, for 15 years. The boy is 15. He is younger than I am by years. He is a boy who has been raised by one of the great northern lords, and who does not know what he is, and who he is not coming for us. He is not coming for you. He is sleeping somewhere in the cold. He is having his first cup of small ale. He is playing with his wolf. His dire wolf. God's sister, you have read the letter more carefully than I. Yes, brother. I should have read it more carefully. You should have. He laid his head on her shoulder. Dany sat very still. She had had her small brother's head on her shoulder a great many times, in cold rooms in cheap houses across half the free cities, for 13 years. She had stopped, somewhere in the past year, expecting these moments to feel like comfort. They felt now, only, like a thing she was. Like the color of her hair. Like the white of the dress. Like the small pulse at her temple. Her brother's head on her shoulder was a weight she carried. Brother. What do we do? I do not know, Dany. I do not know. Magister Illyrio will know. Magister Illyrio will tell us what is good for Magister Illyrio, sweet sister. He always does. That is not always bad. No, he said, slowly. Not always. There was a step on the tile of the gallery. The Magister came around the corner with his great soft body in a robe of saffron silk and his great forked beard caught by the wind off the bay, and he had with him a small lacquered box that he had not had at the second hour. He came to a stop a polite 3 paces from the bench. Your Grace. Viserys lifted his head off his sister's shoulder. Magister. Forgive the long delay. I was at consultation. With certain friends. I have, I think, sufficient counsel to speak with you now. Sit down, Illyrio. I shall stand, if you will permit. The hour is long. I should not, perhaps, sit, even by your indulgence, just yet. I have a thing to lay before you. May I? Viserys waved a hand. The Magister set the lacquered box on the small marble table. He did not yet open it. He clasped his hands. Your Grace. You have been told what the eunuch has written me. You have been told because we, that is, our friends, could not in good conscience keep so great a thing from you. You have my thanks, Magister. Your Grace is most kind. We are most relieved to have your trust. To the matter, Magister. To the matter, Your Grace. The eunuch in King's Landing has written to me, and to me alone, of those of our friendship who have any standing on this side of the sea, to inform us that there is a son of Rhaegar Targaryen alive in the realm. The son was born of Lyanna Stark, in a tower in Dorne, 15 years past. He has been raised, under a false name, as the bastard son of Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, who is now Hand of the King. His existence is known to perhaps a half dozen men in Westeros. It is known to the king himself, who has, and this is the most surprising of the eunuch's communications, and the one I have read 3 times, not moved against the boy. The boy is alive. The boy is well. The boy has, in the words of the eunuch's letter, the love of his foster father, the careful late kindness of his foster mother, the protection of the king himself, and the growing watchfulness of the queen. Those are the words. I quote. "The queen," said Viserys. "The queen, your grace. The Lannister bitch. Your grace, yes. The Lannister queen. Who is, the eunuch tells us, beginning to suspect. Not yet to know. To suspect. And the eunuch has done what? The eunuch, your grace, has counseled, patience. He has urged us, urged me, urged you through me, to make no move that he has not foreseen and laid the ground for. He has asked that we move no peace. He has asked, your grace, that we, wait. Wait." Viserys laughed. The laugh was a small dry awful laugh. "Wait, Magister. Wait, you say. We have been waiting for 15 years. We have been, passed about the free cities like a coin. We have starved on the road from Lys to Tyrosh. We have eaten bread, Magister, on a road, that the lowest of your kitchen boys would not have given to a dog. And now there is a Targaryen, a true Targaryen, Magister, of Rhaegar's body, alive in the world, and the eunuch tells you to wait. To wait. To leave him to the Stark and the drunkard and the Lannister bitch, who is, by your own report this hour, beginning to circle him with her teeth. Your grace, Magister. Your grace, please. Permit me. I must speak." Viserys looked at him. The wine in his cup had begun, again, to spill. "Speak, then. Your grace. We have, friends in the north of the great realm. We have friends in Dorne. We have friends in the islands. We have friends, even, among the men your father once thought enemies. None of them, your grace, are friends who will move when we ask them to move. They are friends who will move when we tell them, with absolute certainty, that the time has come for them to move. If we ask them to move now, if we ask them to ride, to gather in their halls, to whisper, and they move, and the queen sees them, the queen will move first. The queen will move on the boy. The queen will have the boy out of Winterfell within a fortnight, and the boy will be a piece on the queen's board, and we will be, late, your grace." Viserys was quiet. "You are saying we must, what, Magister?" "I am saying, your grace, that we have a king alive in the world, where for 15 years we did not. He is, yes, small, and ignorant, and a stranger to us. He is also, a sleeping thing. As long as he sleeps, every man who serves us in Westeros is, safer. As long as he sleeps, every man who has held his hand for 15 years for want of a true heir, those men are sleeping with him. They will wake when we wake them. They will not wake by themselves. The spider has measured this, on the ground, more carefully than any of us can from across the water. He is asking us to trust him in this. He has earned, in 15 years, a small piece of trust. I am asking you, your grace, for a year only, to give it to him." Viserys looked at his sister. "Sweet sister. What say you?" Dany did not answer at once. She thought. She had been a girl in a white dress all her life. She had been, also, she was beginning to know, a girl who could think. She had begun, in the past year, to trust the second of those things in private. She trusted it now. "Brother. I think the Magister is right. Sweet sister. I think we have a brother, somewhere in the world, who does not know us. I think, if we ride upon him, we will lose him. If we wait, perhaps, we may find him. He is a Targaryen. He is one of us, brother. He will be ours, if we are, patient. Ours, Viserys said. He turned the word in his mouth. Ours. He is a boy of 15, brother. He has been raised by a Stark. He has not been told what he is. He will need, when he is told, somebody to speak to him, on the side of his father's blood. We can be patient for him. Patient. Patient, brother. Viserys closed his eyes. His mouth moved as if he were tasting a word. After a long moment he opened his eyes again. A year, Magister. A year, your grace. You will move no peace. I will move no peace. And in a year, your grace, we will look again. The eunuch will write. We will read. We will see. If, in a year, the boy is known to himself, and is willing to receive a friend across the sea, we will go. Otherwise we will wait one more year. Or 2. Or 3. We will wait, your grace, until the boy has chosen, by some sign of his own, to be the man on the white horse, or the man in the black cloak, or the man who walks into a forest and does not come out. We do not get to choose for him, your grace. We get only to be ready when he chooses. Viserys was silent a long moment. Magister. Your grace. I am tired, Magister. I know, your grace. I am very tired. Yes. Take the box. The Magister bowed. He took the lacquered box. He did not open it. He went away with it down the gallery, his great soft tread silent on the tile, and the brother and sister sat on the bench in the afternoon light and did not speak for a long while, and the small dark stain spread on the white linen of the girl's dress, and the cup in her brother's hand at last grew light. Sunspear had a heat to it in the late summer that was a thing one had to live in for a full year before one could be at ease in. Doran Martell, Prince of Dorne, lived in it in the way men of the Sunspear's blood had lived in it for 2,000 years, with the gout in his knees a small constant insult and the fan at his elbow a constant courtesy and the long shaded stone of the Tower of the Sun keeping the worst of the day off his face. He had been reading a letter for a long time. His sister Elia would have read it 3 times by now. He had read it 5. The letter was in the careful slanting hand of a man named Oberyn Martell, his younger brother, who was not in Sunspear at the moment, and who had been on a small extended diplomatic visit to the Free Cities for the better part of a year, and who had, Doran could feel it through the page, written the letter very late at night, by candlelight, with a brother's hand he had not used in a long while. Brother, Oberyn had written. Sit down. I have a thing to tell you that I would tell you in person if I were not 3 weeks at sea from your chair. The Magister of Pentos has a guest who has had a guest, and the guest of the guest has had a letter. The letter is from a man we have known for many years and trusted for none. I have read the letter. The Magister read it to me. I do not know whether to laugh or to weep, brother, and so I am writing to you, who has always done both for me at the right moments. There is a son of Elia's husband alive in the world. Not Elia's son. Hers, she, you know. The other son. The one we did not know existed. He is 15. He is in the north. He has been raised as Eddard Stark's bastard. The usurper has been told. Stark told him at Winterfell. Stark is now hanged. The usurper has not killed the boy, brother. He has not. He has, by every account I can wring out of Illyrio, taken the news as a man takes a wound, and gone on, and not lifted a hand. I write to you in part because you must know. I write to you in larger part because I do not know what to do, and you are the only man whose counsel I will accept at 3 weeks' distance. I have sworn the Magister no oaths. I have sworn his Targaryens no oaths. I am a Martell of Dorne, brother. I will ride upon any man in this world for our sister Elia and her babes. I have ridden upon some of them already. There are more I would. The usurper is one. The Lannister whore is another. The mountain who broke our sister is a third. I wake in the night, brother, and I make the count. But, brother, the boy. He is a boy. He is 15. He is, if I read the eunuch right, no party to any of this. He is not Rhaegar's regret. He is Lyanna Stark's child, and he is being kept warm by a Stark, and he has done none of it. I do not know what to do, brother. Tell me what to do. Doran read the letter the 6th time. He set it down. He fanned himself slowly. The court below the tower was, as it always was at this hour, full of a great green stillness. He put his hand on the bell at his elbow and rang. The maester came in, a small dark Dornish maester with a kind round face. Prince. Send for my children, Caliot. Prince. Send for Aereo. Send for the captain of the guards. Send for, yes, send for the master of letters. Send no men out of the keep tonight. Send no horses south. We are going to be quiet this evening. We are going to be very quiet for some time. Prince. And, Caliot, Prince. Bring me fresh ink. I have a letter to write to my brother. I have, perhaps, the most carefully written letter of my life ahead of me tonight. The maester bowed and went. Doran Martell turned in his chair, slowly, and looked out across the court, and at the small low palms beyond it, and at the great heat haze beyond the palms, and he thought, with a small cold quiet pleasure, patience, brother. Patience. We have been the longest patient men in this realm for 15 years. We can be patient 1 year more. The boy is alive. The boy is Rhaegar's. The boy is in the keeping of the very man who took our sister's son from us in the throne room of the keep. And the man who took the throne is, in his own way, by his own grief, paying us, this hour, in the only currency he has. Patience, brother. We are not the only ones with a martell at stake in this. We are not the only ones who will have a hand on this boy's shoulder before he is grown. Far north of Dorne, far north of the free cities, far north even of the city the boy did not know was thinking about him, Jon Snow stood at the rail of the broken tower at Winterfell with a letter in his hand from his foster father. Ned wrote often. He wrote shortly. Jon had grown up, in the past year, used to the letters, a few lines on the weather of King's Landing, a line on Robb's first Stark assembly as the heir, a line on Arya's small fierce progress with a small fierce dancing master Ned had grudgingly hired for her, a line on Sansa's, careful, small progress at the Queen's court. Never more than 4 lines. Always signed, in the small careful hand, your father. The letter in Jon's hand today was longer. It had a single line at the top of it that Jon had read 3 times. Jon. I have a thing to ask of you. Not yet. But I want you to begin thinking about it now. He read it again. He set it on the parapet stone, with one hand laid on it to keep the wind from it, and looked out across the wolfswood. The leaves were full red. The sky was a hard blue. Ghost lay on the cold stone beside his foot, the great pale head laid sideways, the red eyes half open. He had been in the broken tower a great deal, since the king's party had ridden south. He had been doing what he had been told to do, which was what he had been doing all his life, in a way, holding his face still, and going to the practice yard, and helping Robb, and not asking after the letters that came through Ser Roderick to Lady Stark with the small green seal of the Tower of the Hand. But he had also been, in private, in the broken tower, and on the long rides out into the wolfswood with Ghost, and at midnight in the small chapel of the Godswood, beginning to do a thing he had not done in his life before. He had been beginning to think. He thought about the king. He thought about Robert Baratheon, who had cried in the Godswood of Winterfell in front of him over a woman who had been Jon's mother for 15 years before Jon had had any idea he had had a mother at all. He thought about the great red ruined hand the king had laid on his knee, and the words, "You are also mine." He thought about Catelyn Tully Stark, who had knelt in her own solar and asked the bastard of Winterfell to let her try, 15 years late. He thought about Robb, whom he had not yet told, whom he would, when his father told him he might, eventually have to tell. He thought about Arya, who would understand at once. He thought about Sansa, who would not, and whom he would have to find a way to give it to in a small round dose, like a sweet. He thought about Aegon. He did not say the name aloud. He had, 3 times, alone, in the wolfswood, on the cold ground, with no man within a league of him to hear, said it under his breath. Aegon. 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 Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, son of Aerys, son of, and he had stopped, each time, because the names had begun to sound like a song, and he did not know whether the song was his to sing. He thought he was not yet that man. He thought, also, that he might one day be. He did not know. He was 15. He had not yet had any years in which to find out. He picked up the letter again. He read the 4 pages of it carefully, slowly, in his foster father's small cramped hand, and at the end of it he laid it down again on the parapet, and his hand on it steadied a little, and the wind off the wolfswood took the cold off his face. Ned had asked him to begin thinking about whether, in a year or 2, he would be willing, not bound, not commanded, but willing, to come south for a visit. Not to court. Not to King's Landing. To a small holding in the Stormlands the king meant to grant him, in the king's own private fee, by the king's own quiet hand, a small plain motte and bailey called Summerhall. The king, Ned had written, has it in his head that you should not be a stranger to the south. He is willing to let it be a slow thing. He has named the place for a reason which I will tell you in person. It is a ruin, Jon. He wishes to rebuild it. He wishes to rebuild it with you. I am uneasy. He is being a king, and I am being a hand, and we do not always agree on the small uses of his soul. I would like to know what you think. Take a year to think. Take 2. Tell me what is in your head when you have an answer. There is no hurry, lad. There is no hurry at all. Your father. Jon Snow stood a long time on the broken tower with the letter in his hand and the wind off the wolfswood in his hair. He did not know what he would write back. He knew only that, after 15 years of being told, he had at last been asked. Catelyn Stark found him in the broken tower at evening. She had had to climb the broken stair to do it, in skirts that were not made for broken stairs, and she had taken a small lantern, because the broken stair did not love a lady's foot in the dark. Jon, at the rail, did not turn when he heard her behind him. He had known her step on a stair since he was 6. He could have told her by the small sigh she made when the broken 3rd step gave under her, the same small sigh he had been hearing for 10 years. My lady. Jon. You should not be on this stair, my lady. I am the lady of this house, Jon Snow. I shall climb whichever stair my house permits me. Even when my house is broken. He turned. He was almost laughing, the small careful northern almost laugh he had been beginning to permit himself in her presence. He took the lantern from her hand without asking, and held it for her, and she came up to the rail beside him, and stood at his elbow, and did not speak at once. The wolfswood went red into the dusk. After a while she said, "He has written to you about Summerhall." You have read the letter. Of course. You have an opinion of it. I have several. She took the letter from his hand, gently, as one takes a bird, and read it again, slowly, by the small lantern, the way she liked to read his foster father's letters, with her brows drawn together, the small Tully line between them coming up. She read to the end. She folded it. She set it on the parapet and put a stone on it. Jon. He is asking the right question. He is. He is also, and this you will see, when you read it the 3rd time, asking it from a great distance. He is, my lord husband, a man who when he must give a great gift to a child, gives it through a stone window in a tower the child has not yet seen. He is, afraid, Jon. He has been afraid of you for 15 years, in his own way. He has been afraid of what loving you would cost him. He has been afraid, since the king came, of what loving you might cost you. The letter is the letter of a man who is afraid he loves you too much to ask the question well, and so has asked it badly. Do you understand me? My lady. Catelyn. Catelyn. It was the second time he had said it. It was still strange in his mouth. I think I do. Good. She looked out at the wood. The lantern made her face the small steady Tully oval, 10 years older than the painting at Riverrun, but the same. I have an opinion, Jon. I will give it to you, and you will do whichever thing of it you wish to do, including ignore me, because that is your right. May I? Please. Good. She took a small breath. Do not go to Summerhall. He turned his head. She was looking at him directly. Her eyes were very steady. Not yet. Not in 5 years, Jon. Not in 10. The king has had a thought in his head, and the thought is a kingly thought, and the thought has the shape of a thing the king himself once wanted and never had. He wants, I think, he wants to make a small house for you at the edge of his realm. He wants to give you the only kind of love he knows how to give a young man, which is a roof and a banner. He wants, I think, in the small private corner of his great drunken heart, to be your foster father. He cannot. You have a foster father. He will not stand the comparison. The comparison will damage him. It will damage you. It will damage the realm. Catelyn, hush. Listen to me. The king is kind to you because of who your mother was. You have had 3 months of his kindness, and the kindness is real, Jon. Do not let me say a word against it. It is real. He has cried in this very wood for you. But the king has only one cup, Jon. He pours every kindness in his life out of the same cup, and the cup is wine. He has not the second cup, of patience, or the third cup, of years. He has only the wine cup. If you are kept close to him, if you are at the edge of his realm in a small holding bearing his banner, you will be drunk on his kindness for a year, and then you will be neglected. He will forget. He will get angry. He will, God's child, he will marry you to a girl who does not deserve you, because he is fond, and because he is the king, and because that is how a king shows love. He cannot help it. It is in him. Jon was looking at her. My lord husband knows this, she said, more quietly. He knows it. He has not yet been able to say it to the king. Ned is honorable, Jon. He is honorable in the slow northern way. He cannot tell his oldest friend that his oldest friend is not the man to keep you. So he has written to you the way a Stark writes when he cannot speak out loud. He has written, I am uneasy. He has written, take a year. Take 2. He is asking you, lad, to give him the answer that he cannot give the king himself. Jon, he is hoping you say no. There was a silence at the rail. The wind moved. Ghost stirred at Jon's foot. Then, what would you have me do, Catelyn? She thought a long while. I would have you, she said, stay in the north. Stay. For a great while. Not at Winterfell, only, go to Last Hearth, perhaps, if Lord Umber will have you. Or to White Harbor, with Lord Manderley, who is a man I trust as far as I trust any South Northern man. Be a Stark, Jon. Be a Stark in the small ways, in the household ways. Have a hall to keep. Learn the keeping of a hall. Learn what a small lord does when his men are hungry and when his roofs leak. The king's offer is a king's offer. It is a great glittering thing. It is a thing for a man who has been a man for 10 years and is ready to put on a banner. You are 15. You are not yet a man. You are not yet ready for a banner. You are ready, if I may say it, for a small good roof and a small good draughty hall and a small clutch of men of your own who will love you for what you do for them, not for what is in your blood. You sound, what? He almost laughed. You sound like a Tully. I am a Tully, she said, with the small bend at the corner of her mouth. I have been a Stark a very long time, but a woman does not stop being a Tully. We are people who keep small good roofs over small good halls, lad. It is what we are for. Riverrun it is not a great keep. It is a good one. My father has kept it through 3 wars. He has done it by being patient. He has done it by being a small lord well, before being a large one. There is a great deal to be said for the small. Jon was quiet. I have a brother on a throne, he said, after a moment. You do. That is what the king said to me. You have a brother on the throne. If it ever falls out that you and Joffrey stand on opposite sides of a thing, you are also mine. Yes. Ned has told me what the king said. The king meant it. The king will mean it for the rest of his life. The king will also drink himself to death within 5 years, Jon. He will, lad. I have looked at him. He has the color. He has the color my uncle Brynden had at his last visit to Riverrun. The king will be dead. And when he is, your brother will be on the throne, and his mother will be at his elbow, and you will be a Stark of the North in a small hall, with a small good name, and a small clutch of men who would die for you. And the realm will look at you, that day, and the realm will count its options, and the realm will count you. The smaller you are, that day, the safer you are. The greater you are, the more the realm will reach for you. Do you understand me? Good. She laid her hand, slowly, on his arm. She did not, this time, take it back. Jon. There is one more thing. I have spoken to Ned about Robb. He looked at her sharply. Robb does not know. He does not. He must, soon, Jon. Robb is the heir to Winterfell. Robb is going to be the Warden of the North in his time. Robb cannot not know about you. He is your brother in every meaningful way, and he will be your shield in a great many days to come. He must be told. I have written to my husband. He has agreed. We will tell Robb together, in this hall, when he comes back from his ride to the Carhold. Tomorrow. I would like you to be there, Jon. Catelyn, you may say no. You have the right. He is your cousin, by blood, and your brother, by every cup of porridge he has eaten beside you. You have a right to choose how he is told. Do you want to be in the room when we tell him? He did not answer at once. He said, finally. I want to be in the room. Good. Then we shall do it tomorrow. She lifted her hand off his arm. She picked up the letter from under the stone. She folded it, carefully, into the small inner pocket of her cloak. And as to Summerhall, Jon, write your foster father what is in your heart. You will not surprise him. I think he will be relieved. Catelyn. Thank you. She looked at him. You do not need to thank me, lad. I have not yet earned it. I am beginning. That is all I am doing. I am beginning. Come. Down off this tower. The cook is waiting on us for supper. He held the lantern for her down the broken stair. Robb took the news the next morning, in the Lord's Solar, with his lady mother and his foster father's letter and his half-brother's hand on his elbow, and he took it in the way Robb took most great things, slowly, with his face going through a small rotation of expressions like the seasons in a single hour, and then, at last, with a long quiet breath and a short northern nod. Brother, he said, when his mother was done. Robb. Brother. You are still my brother. I am. You are still, Jon. I am. You have always been, he stopped. He shook his head. He laughed, a small bewildered laugh. He put both his hands on Jon's shoulders the way he had put them there on the day Jon had taken Ghost out of the snow. "Brother! Brother! Of all the bloody things, Jon. You have been in the seat next to mine my whole life. Gods, brother. Gods. Rob. All right. All right. He breathed out. Then, what does it change? Between us? Tell me. Nothing, Rob. Nothing between us. Only that I am going to leave Winterfell, in a year. To go to Last Hearth, perhaps. Or White Harbor. To learn to keep a small hull. You do not have to, Rob. I do. Rob did not push. He had learned, in his 15 years of being raised by Eddard Stark, when to push a Stark and when not to. All right. Then, if you go, I will come and see you. I will be the heir to Winterfell, and you will be the lord of some small place in the north, and I will come at every midwinter feast. With Theon. We will drink your ale and tell your men what a good little hall you have, and I will laugh at your roof, and we will be brothers, Jon. Tell me you swear it. I swear it. He pulled Jon into a hug. It was a northern hug, the one with the head on the shoulder and the back clap and the small choked sound at the end, and Catelyn watched her sons in the solar and did not weep, because Catelyn Stark did not weep loudly, but the small Tully line between her brows had eased, for the first time in 15 years, as far down as a woman's brows can ease, and she sat at the table with her hand on the wood and watched her husband's promise and her husband's nephew hold each other, and she thought. Ned. We did it. Late. But we did it. Outside, on the parapet of Winterfell, Ghost watched the long red wolfswood, and the wind off the wolfswood smelled of pine and of old snow. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The King's Reckoning. In the 11th month after the king's return from the north, 3 things happened in 3 different rooms of the realm in the same week, and Eddard Stark sat at his desk in the Tower of the Hand and watched the 3 things, slow and northern, and made the count. In the first room, a stone solar in the Westerlands, with the fire down to coals, Tywin Lannister read a letter from his daughter for the 3rd time, set it on the desk, looked at his hands, and said nothing for a long while. He sent for his maester. He sent for his master of horse. He sent for his master of letters. Within the hour he had begun, with his usual careful slowness, the small quiet work of moving certain Lannister pieces on a certain Lannister board, a column of swords sent on extended exercises in the Riverlands, a letter to a man at White Harbor with a great many small lines about mutton, a writ of credit drawn on the Iron Bank in his own name and not the Crown's. He did not act. He laid groundwork. He had been the lord of the Westerlands a long time, and he understood that the man who acts in the 3rd hour of the morning is the man who has not laid groundwork in the first 2. In the second room, a rose pavilion in the lower garden of the Red Keep, Peter Baelish leaned forward across a small table at which sat a girl with a pretty dimpled chin and a small ring on a finger she did not yet know how to use, and he asked her, in his pleasant low voice, 3 small careful questions about a northern letter she had carried up from the kitchens of the Hand's Tower the previous afternoon. The girl had not understood the questions. She had answered them honestly, in the way of pretty girls with small dimpled chins. Peter had given her a coin and sent her away. He sat at the table a long while afterwards with his hands folded, and he smiled, and the smile was a small tired smile of a man who had been told a thing he had been waiting a long time to be told, and was now thinking about whom in the realm to sell it to. In the 3rd room, a small wood-walled chamber at Castle Black, with the wind coming under the door, Jon Snow took off his glove, and laid his palm against the great cold side of his Uncle Benjen's direwolf brother for company, and read by the small tallow candle a letter from his foster father that began, "Lad. I am writing to ask you a thing. Hold your judgment. Read it through." The letter said the king was coming north. The king and the Hand. To the wall. To see him. Jon read it twice. He set it down. He looked at the small grey wolf who had been keeping his uncle company since his uncle had ridden out 2 days before. He looked at his own great pale ghost, sleeping against the door. He looked at the candle. He thought, for a long while, about what to write back. In the end he wrote 2 lines, in the small careful hand his maester had taught him, "Father. I will be here. I will be ready. I am, well, your son." He gave the letter to the rider, and watched the rider gallop south on the snow road toward the last hearth, and then he went, slowly, and stood at the foot of the wall in the late blue afternoon, with the great ice rising over him for 700 feet, and he listened. The wall did not make a noise that men could hear in normal weather. But there was a hum in it, in winter, that men who had stood beneath it long enough began to feel through the soles of their boots. He had felt it from the first night, on his 4th day at Castle Black, 3 months ago, when he had come up from White Harbor with his uncle on the long road. He had been feeling it every day since. He thought, sometimes, that the hum was kind. He thought, other times, that the hum was a thing not unlike his ghost, indifferent, ancient, and patient with him in the patient way that great things are patient with small ones. He had not yet sworn the black vow. He had told his uncle, on the 2nd day, that he would not yet. His uncle Benjen Stark had nodded once and said, "Aye, lad. Wait. There is no rush. There has never been a rush, with a Stark." And then his uncle had clapped him on the shoulder and walked off. He had not asked him a single question about why. He had not asked him about the South. He had not asked him about the king. He had not, in 3 months, said anything to Jon that was not the small daily things a man said to a boy he loved who had come a long way. It had been the kindest 3 months of Jon Snow's life. Tonight, at the foot of the wall, with the king's letter folded in his cloak, he thought he was going to be sorry to see the kindness end. The king's party rode into Castle Black on the eve of the new moon, in a column of 40 horse, with the king's banner snapping at the head and the hand's banner half a length behind. Robert had insisted on the small column. Robert had insisted on the long ride. Stannis, on the boat from White Harbor north, had said it was undignified for a king to ride 40 leagues for a bastard, and Robert had stared at his brother for 3 breaths and said, very quietly, "Stannis, by the 7, if you say that word in my hearing one more time, you will ride this column home alone," and Stannis had ground his teeth and not said it again. They came in at evening. The fires were lit on the high parapets, in the small ceremonial way the watch lit them for great visitors. The Lord Commander, Jeor Mormont, came out into the yard with his great old wolfhound at his heel, and bowed, and called out the ranks, and welcomed the king to the wall. Robert was very quiet through it. He had been quieter, Ned thought, watching him swing down off his horse, slowly, with a hand on the pommel, than at any other point of the journey. He had not drunk on the boat. He had not drunk on the road. He had drunk only the small weak ale a man drank in the cold to keep his tongue loose, and he had drunk less of that, since they had crossed the New Gift, than he had drunk in any week of the past 5 years. He is sober for it, Ned thought, and did not, until that moment, know how much of his anxiety on the road had been about what the king would have been if he had not been. Jon stood at the back of the receiving line. He had on his good doublet, and his cloak, and his sword. He had Ghost at his side. He had been told by his uncle to stand at the back. He had been told, by a small shy raven from his foster father 2 days before, that the king was bringing his brother, Stannis, lad. Be plain to him. He is plain in turn. The king did not, at first, see him. The king bowed to the Lord Commander. The king clapped 1 or 2 of the older men on the shoulder, men he had soldiered with at the Trident and not seen since. The king spoke to the maester, briefly, about the road. The king made the small jokes a king made, about cold and fires and the color of ale, and the men of the watch laughed in the small careful way men of the watch laughed at kings. Then the king turned. The king had been counting heads, in his small private way, all through the welcome. The king's eye reached the back of the line, and the king stopped. He went very still. The Lord Commander, behind him, fell silent. Stannis, at his shoulder, ground his teeth. Robert Baratheon walked, slowly, across the yard, with his great red ruined face the color of a man who had been expecting a wound and had at last been given it, and he stopped a stride short of Jon Snow and looked him in the eye. "Lad. Your Grace. You have grown. It has been a year, Your Grace. It has." A pause. "Robert, lad. We have spoken about this." "Robert. I." Robert lifted his hand. He did not touch the boy. He laid the hand on Jon's shoulder, the great red hand, very carefully, the way a man lays a hand on a thing he does not yet quite believe is real. "You have your mother's mouth," he said. "You have told me, Robert. I will go on telling you, lad. Until I am dead." There was a small silence. "Walk with me, Jon. Show me this wall. I have heard of it all my life. I have not stood at the foot of it until tonight. I would like to. Your Grace, Robert. It is late, Robert. The wind off the wall after sundown is a wind that, I have a cloak, lad. Walk with me." So Jon Snow walked with the King of the Seven Kingdoms to the foot of the wall in the cold blue dark, and behind them, at a respectful distance, came Eddard Stark, and behind Eddard Stark, at the same distance, came Stannis Baratheon, his cloak buttoned tight to his throat, his face the same face he had brought on the boat. Ghost patted at Jon's heel. The wall in the dark was, itself. The hum was strong tonight. The torches at the foot of it were small. The men on the parapet far above were a row of small black stitches against the high cold sky. Robert stopped a long way short of the ice. He had to. The cold off the ice, even at 20 paces, was a thing a man with the king's wine in his blood for 30 years could not easily walk into. He stood with his hand on the boy's shoulder and his great chest rising and falling in his eyes. Ned saw it from behind, in the torchlight, on the great pale face of the wall, the way he had looked in the crypts, a year ago, at the grey carved face of his lost girl. "Lad. Robert. I am going to say a thing now. I have been writing it in my head for a long time. Your foster father has been telling me to be careful with the saying of it. I have decided to say it as it comes. I. Robert breathed in. "Lad. I will not name you my son. I will not take you to court. I will not give you a banner. I will not put you on the throne. I will not do any of the things that, this past year, I have nightly thought about doing for you in my cups. I have come to the wall, Jon, to tell you these things in person, because they are no things, and a king must give a no in his own face. Your Grace. Robert. I have thought about pressing all those things on you. As a recompense to your mother, do you take my meaning? As a thing I would have done if she had lived to make me do it. I have thought, the boy is the son of the woman I would have crowned. The boy is owed a crown by me. The boy must have a crown out of me. I have thought it for a year. I have come to the wall in the cold to tell you that the year is done, and the thinking is done, and the answer is no. The crown is not mine to put on you. The crown is mine to keep off you. Do you understand me? Jon stood very still. Ghost, against his leg, did not move. Robert. Robert's voice was very quiet. I am giving you back to her. To your mother. By giving her back her wish. She did not want you to be a Targaryen, lad. I have spent a year, talking to your foster father, and reading the letter she sent him, that he has kept in a small lacquered box for 15 years and read me, this autumn, over a cup of small ale. Do not let them know him, Ned. Do not let them name him. Let him be a Stark, in our own house, where the cold is. I do not want him to be a piece in a story. He was supposed to be ours. Those are her words, lad. Your foster father has them by heart. I have them by heart now too. Robert, hush. Let me finish. I am bad at this. Let me finish. She did not want you crowned, Jon. She wanted you, small. She wanted you safe. She wanted you in the cold she had grown up in. She wanted you a Stark. She wanted you not me. I have been a year coming to that, and I have come to it. I am giving her her wish, lad. I am the king of the 7 kingdoms. I am, in this matter, hers. I am her boy at last, in the only way she would ever have asked me to be. Do you take my meaning, Jon? The boy did not answer. He could not, for a moment. His eyes had filled. I. Robert breathed out, slowly. I. Behind them, a step away, Eddard Stark had bowed his head. It was Stannis Baratheon who broke the silence. He cleared his throat. He came forward, 2 paces, his cloak buttoned tight, his face the same face. He stopped a polite distance from his brother and his brother's nephew. He waited until both of them were looking at him. Brother. Stannis. I have a thing to say also. Stannis. Speak. Stannis ground his teeth, once, the small dry grind. Then, with a precision that surprised every man in the yard who knew him, he set his fist over his heart. Boy. My lord. I have spent a year, also, thinking on this. I am the heir of the Iron Throne until my brother begets a true son, and he will not. I am, by the law of the realm, the man whose hand the realm would expect to find on a sword aimed at your neck. I have held my hand. I have held it, and I have ground my teeth, and I have written long bitter letters at midnight which I have, in the morning, burned. I have come to the conclusion that the law I serve serves the realm, and the realm is best served, in this matter, by a king's no, not a king's yes. My brother has said his no. I am here to tell you I will second it. I will not, in any year of my life, lift any hand against you for being the boy you are. I will not give my consent to any plot, faction, or council which proposes it. I will not fail in this duty, boy, although the duty I am putting up is not the duty I had thought I would be putting up. Do you understand me? My lord. Good. Stannis's hand fell. He looked, briefly, almost at peace. I have one further thing. Brother. I will not stand for any move against my brother's children, either. None of them. I would have you know that, boy. I am patient. I have not yet decided, myself, on what I shall do about the Queen's particular patrimony. I am thinking. I will think a long while. But I will not, in my thinking, sacrifice a Targaryen boy in the north for the sake of a Lannister boy in the south. I will not be used by either side. I will be the law, as I see it, plainly. I will be your kinsman in this, boy. By my brother. Insofar as the law permits. Jon bowed his head. My lord. I thank you. You will not thank me when I am old, boy. I have been told I am not companionable. I shall have to write letters. I am told my letters are sometimes bracing. I will read them, my lord. Good. He stepped back. He resumed his place beside his brother. Robert, who had been watching him with a face Ned had never seen on him, reached out, slowly, and laid his great red hand on his younger brother's shoulder. Stannis ground his teeth, and did not move away. Brother, Robert said, hoarsely. I have not had a brother in a great many years. Stannis stood very still. I am here, brother. It was at the 2nd hour of the night that the assassin came. Castle Black slept lightly. It always did. The bell in the high tower rang the watches, the men in the wood-walled rooms turned in their bunks, the cooks in the long meat halls snored with their feet to the embers. The king slept in the Lord Commander's own chamber, with the Lord Commander's own dog at his feet. The hand slept in the chamber next to him. Stannis slept in the chamber next to that. The king's guard, 8 of them, Jaime among them, kept the watches in the long stone corridor between the 3. Jon Snow slept in his own small wood-walled room 3 corridors away, with Ghost across the foot of the bed, and the small tallow candle out, and the wind coming under the door. The wind was the first thing Ghost knew. The wind was always the first thing Ghost knew. The wind tonight had a second thing in it, a sound that was not the wind, the small careful slip of a man's boot against a frozen sill outside the small high window above the bed. Ghost lifted his head. Jon, half asleep, the walls hummed still in his bones, felt the wolf move and felt the wolf's hackles, and knew, in the small deep way men know with dire wolves, what the wolf was telling him. He rolled. He rolled off the bed and onto the cold floor. He reached for his sword. He did not, in the dark, find it. He found his belt knife. He came up onto his haunches at the foot of the bed. The shutter cracked. A man in a hood came down through the window onto the bed in one cold practice jump, with a long thin Tyroshi knife in his hand, and the knife came down, very fast, on the place where Jon had been a heartbeat before, and the bed was empty, and the man on the bed turned with the speed of a man who had paid for his speed in coin, and he saw the boy at the foot of the bed in the small grey light, and he did not finish the turn. Ghost was on him. There was a sound, a wet small short sound. There was no scream. The dire wolf had taken the man at the throat in the small careful way the wolf had taken 3 men in his life now, and the man went off the bed onto the floor like a sack of meal, and Ghost stood over him a moment, and then turned his head, very calm, to Jon. Jon stood at the foot of the bed in his shirt, with the belt knife in his hand. Ghost looked at him. Jon looked at Ghost. "Good lad," he said softly. He went to the door. He opened it. He stepped into the corridor. He shouted, in the small clear northern shout he had learned from his father, to the king. The corridor came up in a clatter. There was no second man. The Lord Commander's men found the rope on the parapet within the quarter of an hour. They found 3 more knives on the body. They found, in a small inner pocket of the man's jerkin, a folded slip of paper with one word in a hand none of them would have recognized, but Ned Stark, called from his chamber in his own dressing gown, took one look at the slip of paper in Jeor Mormont's torchlight and went very still. "What does it say, my lord?" "It says now," Ned said. "And under that, in a smaller hand, by your usual route." Robert, beside him, in his own bedrobe, with his sword in his hand, Ned had not, until that moment, fully appreciated that a man of Robert's bulk could come out of a deep sleep with a sword and find his way down a stone corridor in 2 breaths, but he had. Robert took one look at the slip of paper and laughed. It was a very bad laugh. "Aye," he said. "Aye. Of course. Of course. The bitch. Robert, the bitch, Ned. Do not pretend with me. We have known. We have known for a year. I, Robert. I. And the imp. And, what, Jaime, do you think? Or did Jaime hold his hand? We will ask Jaime. I. The boy, Jon, was at the end of the corridor in his shirt with Ghost at his side. He had blood on his knuckles where he had fallen onto the man's body in the small struggle to wrest the knife. He had not cried out. He had not moved. He had, Ned saw it across the corridor, in the torchlight, and his heart did the small slow turn. He had set his face in the small still careful northern way that he had learned, 15 years ago, in the home that Ned had built for him. Robert went to him. The king crossed the corridor in 2 strides and folded the boy into his great red arms in front of every man on watch, and Jon stood there in the torchlight with a king's beard scrubbing his cheek and a king's voice saying lad 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 very softly into his shoulder, and he was, for the first time in all the months Ned had watched him be small and northern about every great thing, he was crying. Quietly. Not noisily. In the way he had cried in the gods would. With his shoulders going. Ned closed his eyes. After a long moment Robert pulled back. He held the boy at arm's length. He looked at him in the torchlight. Lad. Robert. You will not stay at this wall. Robert, hush. I am the king. You will not stay. I am taking you out of this draft tomorrow and we are riding south to Winterfell, and from Winterfell you will go on, to White Harbor, to the Manderley Hall, where there will be a small honest roof and a small honest fire and 100 men who would die for your name if any man tried this again. Robert, do not Robert me. I am the king. I am being a king tonight. Robert. Robert's hands were on the boy's shoulders. Good. Good. He held him a moment longer. He said, very quietly, just to him, lad. If they had, Robert. If they had, lad, if they had, gods, I would have, gods, Robert. They didn't. No. No. They didn't. Good lad. He laid his great red wet face for one long breath against the boy's dark hair. Then he straightened. He let him go. He turned. He was the king again, by some small private trick of the spine he had learned long ago and used seldom. He clapped his hands. Lord Commander. Your Grace. Tomorrow at dawn. We ride south. The boy with us. 2 columns. I want 8 of yours added to mine on the road as far as the last hearth. I want your fastest raven up to Winterfell tonight to tell Lady Stark we are coming. I want your second fastest raven down to King's Landing tonight to tell Ser Barristan Selmy that I am, temporarily, in my brother's hand, leaving him the regency, and that under no circumstance, on no plea, by no whisper, is the queen to be admitted to the small council until I am back. He will know what to do with that instruction. Lord Stark. Robert. You will write your wife also. And, Stannis. Brother. Stannis. You and I are going to have a long ride home together to talk about what we do about your good sister. Brother. Robert exhaled. He looked, briefly, very tired. Lad. Robert. Go put your boots on. We are not going back to bed in this castle tonight. They rode out of Castle Black in the grey hour. The wall went up behind them, and after a while was a single white line on the south horizon, and after a longer while was nothing. Jon rode beside the king. Ghost ranged at his stirrup. Behind them came Ned, and behind Ned came Stannis, and the king's column wound south on the snow road. Robert spoke very little on the first leg. He had left the wineskin at Castle Black. He had, Ned, watching, thought, left a great deal of himself at Castle Black, in the small Lord Commander's chamber in which he had not slept, and he was riding south a man Ned had not seen since they had been very young. The king's hands on the reins were quiet. The king's eyes on the road were patient. At the 3rd hour of the day, on a small rise above a frozen stream, Robert pulled up. He waved Stannis ahead. He waved Ned to him. Ned. Robert. I have decided. Robert. I will tell you, and you will tell me which of the things I have decided is the foolish one. I trust you to know. I am taking him to Manderley. I will give him a small holdfast in the new castle's fee, in his own name. He will be, Jon Stark of Wolf's Denver. There is a Wolf's Den, isn't there, at White Harbor? There is, Robert. The old keep. Good. He will be the keeper of it. By Manderley's leave, but in his own name. With a small purse of my own out of the crown. He will not be a lord. He will be, a captain of a small ruined keep. He will mend the roof. He will take in 12 Manderley men and a sergeant of his own choosing, and he will walk a watch on his own walls. He will be his mother's wish. You and I will write him every midsummer. Catelyn will go and see him every 2 years. Robb will visit at every midwinter. Ned, I will not visit. I will not. I would ruin him. The realm would notice. I will write. Robert. As to the Queen. I am going to send her home to her father. There was a small silence. Robert. I have thought about it. I have thought about it for 2 hours on this road. I will not put her on a block. I have not got that in me, Ned, even now. I cannot. But I will not have her in my bed, and I will not have her at my table, and I will not have her in the keep where my friend's nephew may yet pass through. She will go home to Tywin. She may keep her son the prince, until he is old enough to be brought south to be made an heir of. The other 2, Myrcella and the small one, they will stay with me. I will raise them myself. I will. I have decided. I have not been a father to any child in my life, Ned. I will be one to those 2. I will be a poor one, but I will be present. Robert. That is a great deal. It is what I can do. I will not be the man who killed my wife. I have killed enough women in the small Targaryen way. I will not. I am giving Cersei her father, and giving myself my daughters, and giving the realm a small clean separation that the realm can chew on for a year. As to Tywin, Ned, you and I will speak again. I have a thought. It is not a thought a Stark will love. But it is a thought. I will keep it for our Solar. And as to Stannis. Robert. Stannis is going to be my heir. I have not yet had a son with my queen who is not a Lannister bastard, and we both know it, and we will not say it on this road. Joffrey will go to Casterly Rock with his mother. The realm will be told, in a year or 2, that Joffrey is unfit by some small clever lie that you and I and Varys will agree on, and the line will pass to my brother Stannis, and after Stannis to his daughter Shireen, who is, I am told, a small kind girl. We will have a Baratheon dynasty after all, of a sort, by way of my dour brother. It is not what any man would have planned. It is what I am doing. Robert. Are you sober for this? I am sober for this, Ned. I will be sober for it again tomorrow. And the day after. Robert. And, Ned. As to the boy. Robert. The king looked, slowly, ahead, to where the small dark figure of a boy on a northern horse rode the snow road in the grey light, with a great pale wolf at the stirrup. Tell him, when we come to Winterfell, that the king sends his love. Tell him every midsummer. Tell him, lad, that he is a good boy. Tell him I see his mother in him every time I close my eyes, and that I am glad I see her. That the seeing has put back a thing in me. Tell him that. In your own time. In your own way. Will you? I will, Robert. The king gathered his reins. He nudged his horse forward. He said, over his shoulder, the small tired bluff way he had used to say things on the morning of a battle, catch up, Ned. We have a long road. There is a small honest fire at the end of it, with our wives in front of it, and a small honest cup. I would like to be at the fire by 12th day. Robert. We will. It was 3 weeks later that the king and the hand and the master of ships rode into Winterfell in a column of 40 horse, with a 15-year-old boy on a northern garron at the head, and a great pale wolf padding at the boy's stirrup. Catelyn was in the gatehouse. Robb was in the gatehouse. Sansa was at the gallery. Arya was, scandalously, on the wall above the gate, where she had no business being. Bran was at the rail of the inner court. Rickon, in a nurse's arms, was howling from wholly the wrong cause. Robert came through the gate first. He bowed, in the saddle, to the Lady of Winterfell with a dignity Ned had not seen on him in 20 years. He swung himself down off his horse without a hand on the pommel. He walked straight across the inner courtyard to where Catelyn Stark stood, and he took off his great gauntlet, and he held out his hand the small careful way a king holds out a hand when he means the gesture, and Catelyn, to her own surprise, and Ned's, knelt, and kissed his ring, and said very quietly, "Welcome home, your grace." Cat. Robert. You have done well. It is not yet done, Robert. No. But you have done well. He lifted her up, gently, the small gentle way he had once lifted her sister up at her wedding. Lady Stark. I have brought your nephew home. I see him, your grace. He stood aside. Jon swung down off his garron. He stood for a moment in the courtyard with the cold on his face and the great pale wolf at his side and his cloak plain and his sword plain and the small belt knife plain at his belt, and the household of Winterfell looked at him in the way the household of Winterfell had been looking at the bastard of Winterfell every day of his 15 years. Then Catelyn Stark crossed the courtyard, in her grey lady's dress, with her red hair caught up under a small hood, and she went to him without ceremony, and she put her arms around him, and she held him. The household of Winterfell did not move. Arya, on the wall, made a small bewildered northern sound. Bran's eyes, at the rail, went wide. Sansa, on the gallery, stared. Robb, who had been told, was the only one of them who was smiling, a small steady whole-hearted Stark smile, the smile of a boy who had been waiting, in his own small way, 15 years to see his mother do this. Catelyn held him a long time. When at last she let him go, she set both her hands on his shoulders, and she said, in a voice the household could hear, "Welcome home, nephew." There was a small sound from Sansa, on the gallery, that no one would ever afterwards remember well enough to say exactly what it had been. Ned stood at the gate. He stood with his hand on the pommel of his horse. The great Red King beside him stood, also, very still. The master of ships stood 3 paces behind, his teeth grinding, his cloak buttoned, his face the same. Ned closed his eyes. He thought, for the first time in many years, about a tower in Dorne, and about a girl in a bed, and about her hand on his hand, and her mouth on the small pale words. "Promise me, Ned." "I am keeping it," he said, very softly, into the cold air of his own courtyard. "I am, keeping it, sister." The wind off the wolfswood smelled of pine and old snow. A small voice in his memory, one he had been carrying for 15 years, said back to him, fierce and warm and not ungrateful, "Brother. You always did." That night the household of Winterfell sat down to a small unceremonial supper in the Lord's Hall, and the King of the 7 Kingdoms drank only small ale, and the Master of Ships drank only water, and the hand drank a single cup of wine for the toast and no more, and the bastard who was no longer to be a bastard sat at the table on his lady aunt's right, and ate his bread, and listened to his cousin Robb tell a long winding story about a stag in the wolfswood, and was, at last, after 15 winters, at home. The crypts, far below them, were quiet. The grey-carved girl with the blue stone roses on her brow stood with her stone hands folded on the long sword across her stone knees, and her stone eyes faced the dark, and somewhere, not in any place a man could reach by stare, a very young woman who had once asked her brother for a thing, and had her brother keep it for 15 years, and seen her brother bring her son home at last with a king at his shoulder and a queen of the north at his other, smiled the small bend at the corner of her mouth that the mason had not put on the stone, and turned, and went, slowly, out of the small dim corridor of memory, into whatever country it is that the well-loved dead go to when their last promise has been kept. Chapter 7 End.